Yeah.
Au ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā ki e tio, e hoka, e hau, hei
Auriora. Well, welcome everybody to today's Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. We've got a full room, which is fantastic. So councillors, just let myself or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be at 10:30. And I'd like to just call for any apologies for this meeting. Are there any? That's good. Any conflict of interest that people would like to declare? Any conflicts of interest that people would like to declare? No. I move the motion that the Strategy and Policy Committee approve the minutes of the Strategy and Policy Committee meeting held on the 15th of April 2021, having been circulated, and they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free. So I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. That's carried. There are no items not on the agenda, and so we're going to move straight into public participation. I'd like to begin by welcoming Inner City Wellington, and Sarah and David Webb are going to come and speak on safety in Wellington. So tēnā kōrua, nau mai haere mai. Thank you for coming into kōrero with us today. So you've got 10 minutes, and then maybe some questions within that time if there's any left over after you've shared with us. Kia ora.
Atmaria, I'm Sarah Webb.
I'm David Webb.
We were the previous coordinators of the Wellington Police Camera Base, and we're here today to talk on behalf of Inner City Wellington, who have put in a submission calling for the re-establishment of the Wellington Police Camera Base. Some of you have been to the camera base, but I think quite a few probably haven't. So just a short history. Back in 2011, the cameras were put in ahead of the Rugby World Cup being hosted in Wellington. In 2012, after that had happened, the police wanted to use the cameras for city safety, to put them to good use. Sergeant Matt Boyce attended an Inner City Wellington meeting and called for volunteers to monitor the cameras. ICW responded straight away, and the first volunteers came from ICW, including David and I. And under their leadership, the camera base was started. For the first 2 years, David did the role of coordinator of the volunteers voluntarily, in addition to doing volunteering of the monitoring. In 2015, because we're self-employed and we have our own business, it became unsustainable for us to do that anymore on a volunteer basis. So David approached council management and police, and they made it a paid part-time role, and it was that for the next 5 years.
So from 2015 to 2020, the volunteers donated this amount of time at no cost. We also modelled the camera base on international best practice, so we did 3-hour shifts. We did daytime and nights, including weekends. And we worked in pairs on the core shifts. That was international best practice, for someone to have peer reviewing of what you're seeing and making sure your brain's not playing tricks on you.
On the 12th of March 2020, without any prior consultation with ICW, who were the third partner in the camera base alongside council and police, with no consultation with ICW, David or I, or any of the volunteers, the council closed camera base.
When we started in 2013, we had some monitors on the walls. We did everything by paper. We improved as we went along, got some second-hand screens from
A government department.
And then in 2016, you'll see the screens on the wall. They were all donated by a volunteer at a cost of $20,000 out of his own pocket. That's how engaged the volunteers were. Moved to 2019 and we've gone to 11 screens on the wall when the council opened their replacement 4 screens on a desk.
ICW are very concerned about what's happened. This is a great loss to the people of Wellington, remembering that the cameras are actually owned by the people of Wellington, not the council, as community services used to tell us. So with the loss of Camera Base, you lost 50 enthusiastic, skilled, knowledgeable people, very knowledgeable about the city, with the Camera Base. These people came from all walks of life. This is just an example of some of the places people came from. You know, we had company directors, ex-MPs, ex-police officers, and quite a range of people, which made Camera Base what it was, because they came from different walks of life. It also promoted a guardian angel approach of the city, while not monitoring people while they were in the city. Would often report seeing people at risk, youth who had absconded from youth facilities. When we monitored the cameras, we actively did so, looking out for people at risk. We didn't just sit there looking at the screens. Identified antisocial behaviour, which you'll appreciate has become more and more a problem. We searched for missing persons and displaced youth, as I've mentioned. We also coordinated with the outreach teams, the local hosts when they were a bigger force than they are now, and police, especially for at-risk. And we recorded events for statistical purposes, which is really important, so that it means that the information that you have is factual, so you can make decisions based on fact. We collected data for various council departments. The report that was done on Te Aro Park, that information was collected by Camera Base for a whole month. Every hour, 24/7, we looked to see how many people were using Te Aro Park, what they were using it for, any problems such as fights, rough sleeping, drug deals. That information was used for the report that you were given. When the footpath signage was put on us, telling people to watch before they cross the road, we assessed the success of that signage. We assessed the traffic flows on the waterfront to make sure that there were no clashes between cyclists, vehicles, pedestrians, and discovered there actually wasn't a problem, which saved council money because they didn't then need to do anything. We did bouncer checks, making sure the bouncers and bars were wearing their IDs. And we also did pedestrian counts on the Kake Tonu steps before the camera was put in there. You'll recall there were some sexual assaults that occurred there. We very much provided security for police on the street, warning them of potential trouble to keep them safe, and also utilising their resources well, so they didn't need to send police officers where they weren't needed. We gathered data on various trends, increasing gang activity, youth offending, tagging, which is a big one, assault, and also vulnerable people begging, rough sleeping, and busking, which has become more of an issue over the last 5 years.
What we've also lost is the community involvement in Camera Base. So we had the volunteers, from their experience of living and working in this city, could identify the exact place to put new cameras, but also visited the camera installation at 11 o'clock at night to make sure it's pointing in just the right angle. We also had the volunteers would ring Camera Base when they found things as they were walking around town about their only business. So one night we had a phone call from a volunteer who found a young woman being dragged up the street by 2 males. Her dress is up around her shoulders, and so we monitored her on cameras. We called the police, they intervened and found it was 2 flatmates taking her home, but it could have been far worse. We also provided extra volunteer coverage for events to make sure all the hotspots were covered. So these events, we had 24/7 coverage. And after the Kaikoura earthquake, volunteers mobilised to the Camera Base to provide support to the police as a resilience tool to check the streets quickly and safely, because we didn't put police in danger. As part of our best practice in making Camera Base better, we visited other centres and asked what they did. And this table shows where we inquired, what we found. You'll also notice that the mixed ownership, but the people who monitor the cameras are not council officers. And we would question, under the Section Surveillance Act, whether you have the legal right to surveil people.
And also the Privacy Act, you're actually in breach of the Privacy Act by having council officers, and that's why around the rest of the country, council might own the cameras, but they do not have officers monitoring them. They are either police employees or police volunteers, so that will put you at risk.
Kaitaia is an example where they set up a trust and engaged people as a not-for-profit security company to get around that issue. So 2 options you can adopt that we believe, with our 7 years of experience, will work in Wellington. The Dunedin model, so Dunedin City Council officers have been to Wellington and talked to your council officers. The Dunedin City Council says, here's the camera system, police, you monitor it and report with it. Or you can do the lower hut model, which is a safety trust funded by council and others, and the volunteers report to the police, work in the police station and record events.
You ready for questions?
Yep.
Great, thank you. We've got a few. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I think from my perspective, things have changed quite a bit, especially in the last 12 months. And I saw a graph yesterday where I saw emergency housing across our region, and particular for Wellington City, it was sort of went like this. Other parts of the region, it was a bit more of a gradual increase. So I think we've actually seen a lot more issues in the last 12 months. Do you think, with your suggestions, I know you've got your recommendations there, but would you be willing to work with a broader group around city safety? Because I know it's not just about the cameras, there's also some other aspects. Which I think the problems become a lot bigger now, but would you be willing to be part of a...
So we always refer to
Wellington.
camera base as one of the tools in the toolbox, along with the likes of local hosts. We weren't the solution, we were part of the solution. Basically, you have a very depleted toolbox now, so absolutely that's a good idea, because that's what we had, everybody working together, and that's what you don't have now.
Thank you.
We've run out of time, but councillors, we've got 3 other questions. Are people okay with us doing that for this one, please? Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for the work that you have done. Presumably the powers that be think that they're improving the situation by not having the volunteers. What was it? Well, I'm not sure that you outlined the reasoning given. What was the reasoning given to you for the volunteers no longer being required?
The official reason was based on technology, which was actually untrue because that had been solved 6 months before. The unofficial reason was that council were becoming very nervous about what the information was showing about Wellington, and essentially they weren't able to control the narrative if that information was out there, and they weren't comfortable with that. So by keeping it in-house, you can control what gets out.
For instance, the police had a live spreadsheet of events that were occurring, so the gang liaison officer could look on Monday morning and see everything that had occurred up to the minute. I don't believe that happens currently.
Mayor Foster.
I'm just going to say, would it be worth actually having a decent conversation between you and the council officers in this, and probably police as well, just to sort of talk about what the services are, the outcomes that are, you think were delivered, and the outcomes that are now being delivered. I know for a start that we don't just have four screens down there, there's multiples, heaps of them. But would it be worth actually just having that conversation, because it doesn't sound like the communication's been particularly great.
I think at the level, for example, in police, you had quite low-ranking police officers who were involved. It needs to be way higher, and I actually think it needs to include the Wellington MPs, basically. I think it needs to be much higher than that.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
We offered, so we were paid until June 30 last year. We offered to assist in handover, changeover, no conversations at all.
There was absolutely no contact with us in that time at all. It was extremely underhand the way it was done. One of the person who's been employed to be a monitor, he was told the week before we were told that he was going to have a job. It was that bad. Yeah.
Well, tēnā koroa, thank you very much for coming in to share with us this morning. Now I'd like to welcome Squash New Zealand. So we've got Kyle Pontifex and Dame Susan Devoy. No mai haere mai. Thank you for coming in today. So they're going to be talking to us about item 2.3. And you've got 10 minutes, and I imagine there may be some questions within that time. Kia ora. Shall I go first?
Kia ora koutou.
goes green if it's on.
Yeah. I'd just like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here to speak to our presentation in regards to a new lease for Club Kelburn. As you know, I'm Susan Devoy, and I'm also on the board of Squash New Zealand, and this is Kyle Pontifex, who is the chair of Squash New Zealand. I became involved in the project last September when news was announced that Club Kelburn was going to be closed. I was approached by a number of locals, some squash members and some gym members of the club, who approached me to see if there was a possibility to investigate that decision. I was the patron of Squash New Zealand. I did a lot of talking, but no one was listening, so I stood down as patron and stood for the board. Kyle is also a new board member and is currently the chair, and so we are very supportive of saving Club Kelburn, not just for the facility, the community facility it provides here in Wellington, but also for the provision of a squash facility and the opportunity to grow and continue to promote our sport. So the board also acknowledges the failings of Squash New Zealand as an organisation, and the fact that we probably took Club Kelburn for granted for many, many years and failed to invest appropriately in the upgrade, particularly in the area of repairs and maintenance. We've addressed that. Squash New Zealand have currently invested $300,000 into the immediate repairs, which is a new roof, so that the building can be watertight for the winter, because I hear it rains a little bit. We also have some other immediate issues regarding the removal of asbestos and some other repairs. So they have all been budgeted for and approved by Squash New Zealand. There's an incredibly active group of volunteers. I've been overwhelmed actually by the support by the local community. As I said, some are squash players, some are gym members, and some are just locals who, want to see that facility retained. So we've embarked on quite an ambitious fundraising project because we understand we need to also upgrade the facility. We've been hit by a number of things, like most sporting organisations. COVID had a huge impact on our membership. When news got out that we were closing, funny I say we, isn't it? I'm not even a Wellingtonian. A lot of people left the facility and are slowly returning. But I'm pleased to say that in the past, the gym has been the most significant financial contributor to Club Kelburn, but now that is actually reversed and it's the squash. I don't, whilst I might take credit for some of the things that are happening at the club, I'm just the ball carrier, and it's amazing what a bit of momentum can do, and it's a fantastic facility. I'm not a local, but I've been here since February, and I know every nook and cranny in that place, and I probably know every member by name now. It's just so worth saving. I just want to thank the council staff who've been very supportive during this very difficult time, I might add, when they had to make some tough decisions. And the decision that was previously made by the board, as we know, I didn't think was the right one. But for them, I think it was the easy one. Sometimes it's easy to walk away from these things rather than put the hard work in. I'm passionate about our sport, and as you know, passion isn't just about loving something, it's about rolling up your sleeves and getting stuck in and doing the hard yards. So we're committed to making this facility here for the next generation. There's a lot of history in that building, and that's really worth saving as well. So we just hope to continue that. And we've got a great new chair who is actually Wellington based, and I'm going to hand the ball to him.
Thank you, Susan. I think you've covered most of my talking points. But look, Club Kelburn is an iconic fitness facility in Wellington. I think you'd struggle to find many people that haven't been there at one stage, whether it's through university or working in the city and needing a bit of a fitness fix in their lunch break. Joining the squash board, I can confirm that it was the easy option taken to close the facility, and some soul searching and reflection by the board really highlighted we need to act in the best interest of the sport, and certainly closing a facility like Club Kelburn is not not what I would deem the best interests of the sport. It's a fantastic facility and offers a lot to Wellingtonians in the sport of squash, and also from an active perspective, active and health perspective. Absolutely take this opportunity to thank Dame Susan. She's been a driving force, and the volunteer base is really incredible. And for me, having played a range of sports across Wellington for a long time, it really highlights to me what sport brings to our community. It's the volunteer base, it's the passion that comes out for the greater good and well-being of our community. Thank you.
Kia ora, and we do have some pātai. We've got some questions for you both. Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for your work, and I've been liaising a bit with Gary over this, so I really appreciate everything you've done. Just my question is really, what can council do to set you up for further success? Because I've had to talk about issues around revenue streams.
Good old Gary, who was on the phone before I walked into this building. I think the most important thing we need to do first is to be able to secure the lease. You know, that's really, really important, and honour our commitments to the council about what we have said that we will do, and that's really important. As I said, I'm new to Wellington, so the whole legislation around the Town Belt Act is quite complex. Doesn't seem to be a one-size-fits-all for everyone. I consulted with a group of people who were involved in the Renoff Centre, and it does seem that there's one rule for one group and one rule for another. So clarity around that. We have some ideas around sustainability. The main thing that we want or all of us want as sporting organisations is the opportunity to be sustainable. And that's what I think is really important about Club Kelvin, is firstly, it's never relied on Class A gaming funding, so that's really good. And we don't have a bar. So that's really good too, because squash clubs are often funded by alcohol and gaming. So, you know, we've got some pluses there that are really positives that I think should be, congratulated for the club actually. But, you know, we also have a large area of car parks. And the bottom place of that is, well, at the moment, interesting listening to what was the previous conversation, there's some unseemly activity that happens in that car park in the evenings. I lock up at nights, and I must say, you know, it's a little concerning at times, but there is the opportunity if people belong to the gym or work at the university or work in town to be able to hire a car park in the times then our clubs aren't busy. You know, I can't forever go and put notices in front of people. They just laugh at me now, you know. But I can go and buy a clamp from Repco and charge them $100, couldn't I? And then that would probably be deemed illegal. And what does constitute commercial activity on the site is also open for. So, you know, we had the physios before. And, you know, that was different because we now have a recreational lease, which is much cheaper and we can afford that. A commercial lease was much more expensive, so it was a bit of quid pro quo, but the physio brought a lot of foot traffic. And we are an obvious fit, you know, a physio, and you need a gym for rehabilitation. So those are some of the things, you know, we have a lot of space there, and the university and other places are crying out for, opportunities to have either meetings or recreational spaces or rooms, you know, if we could have massage therapies. So I would hope that we could have conversations around that where we want to be a sporting recreational facility. Primarily, our focus is the provision of squash. But having been there for this period of time, it's really about health and well-being. You know, we have a very diverse group of people that come and use our facilities. We're not, no disrespect to the Les Mills or City Fitness, we're not that type of facility. We have a lot of children come in with their parents during the school holidays. So if we could have the opportunity to have a discussion around, because, you know, most sporting organisations, and this is where we came to the position we are now, just focus on survival. And instead of being able to put that money aside so that we don't get to this position again is really important.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you both for your amazing and hard work. I know that it's been a really long journey. I'm moving the paper today with Councillor Wolfe, and I just had a quick question that came up when looking at the paper. Could you talk a little bit about relationship with the university or the other parts of the community around the sustainability of our asset management and other things like that?
Oh, I think we acknowledge that relationships are really important, particularly with the university. Whilst we're able to promote squash at the university, and we have the University of Victoria Squash Club that play there on a Wednesday night, we're not allowed to promote our fitness facilities. So it's a bit of a dichotomy of a relationship, really. So I would... And also, if you look at that facility, those tennis courts are amazing as well, but they're poorly maintained. I mean, really, that whole place could be fantastic. It's on a beautiful part of the town belt. It's a magnificent facility. It's well utilised. There are ladies that have been playing tennis there for 25 years, and now those change rooms are closed, so they come and use our facilities on a Sunday morning. So there needs to be a better relationship and some discussions, and I don't, as I said, because I'm not local, I don't understand who is all involved, but, you have a wonderful facility there that is just like our club, needs a real upgrade. The netball, the tennis comes down for the netball, and then the tennis goes up, and the netballers have to trip over the net, and, you've got the Thespian Society and some musicians. I mean, it's poorly lit at night. The signs need replacing, renewing. There's a whole lot. I don't know who's responsible for paying for that. We're not paying for any of that. We've got it. But, I'm saying you've got all this beautiful facility and this land. Surely it should be reflected and upgraded into making it a much nicer place than Kelburn.
And we're definitely keen to work together on this and create the best outcome for the community.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you so much for coming in to kōrero with us about this really important opportunity for Wellington, so thank you.
Yeah, and thanks from both of us. We really do appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Cheers.
Now I'd like to welcome Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence, so that's Ella Lamont and Sophia Harrison. No mai haere mai. Thank you for coming in. And you've also got 10 minutes, and there may be some pātai within that time, I suspect, so thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ella Lamont.
And my name is Sophia Harrison.
And we are students living in Wellington. We are in association with the Wellington Alliance Against Sexual Violence. We are here before you today because we are scared. We are here before you today because it has been this way for far too long. We are here for every person that has been assaulted in our capital city. We are here for every person whose cries has fallen on deaf ears. And we are here before you today because we want change.
As you may already know, Wellington's culture of harassment is appalling and only deteriorating by the day. If you needed a reminder, recently a group of Wellington musicians were exposed as serial assaulters. Catcalling appears to be at an all-time high. Even National MP Nicola Willis says she does not feel safe walking through Wellington. These are only 3 examples of the millions we could give you.
We are currently living in Wellington. Our house on Parliament Street looks directly towards Premier House. Despite living a stone's throw from PM Jacinda Ardern, we are still scared. It is unheard of for me or my friends to go a day in Wellington without experiencing some form of harassment. Might be catcalling, ass grabbing in a bar, being followed, non-consensual touching, verbal or physical abuse, sexual assault, the list goes on. Frankly, we are upset and angry because we have fallen in love with Wellington City. It's beautiful, has a vibrant energy, and we felt welcomed when we first arrived. Yet, as we've settled in, we began to experience the ugly side of Wellington that seems to be brushed under the rug. After countless hour-long conversations on the topic and seeing nothing be done to change the rampant rape culture in Wellington, Sophia and I have decided to collect some statistics. We wanted to bring evidence of people's real lived experiences to present to you today, to show you that it's not only us that feel this way. We are not outliers, we are the majority. We asked Wellingtonians to complete an informal survey anonymously online and we feel the results illuminate the truth of Wellington's culture.
We present to you the findings of our survey as well as proposed solutions. We want to all work together to make our home, Wellington City, a safer city for all. The following information shows the results from our survey that we presented to the public via social media. There were 2,866 respondents. We have compiled the data into graphs that display the true experiences of Wellingtonians. As you can see, page 4 and 5 presents the demographics of our respondents. If you can turn to page 6, we asked our respondents to rate how safe they felt at various times in Wellington, with 1 being unsafe or scared and 10 being extremely safe. Our first graph shows how Wellingtonians felt in the daytime. As you can see, our respondents felt relatively safe in the day. However, this statistic fails to portray the lived experiences of respondents who feel discomfort every day. One respondent noted that walking down particularly busy streets in the middle of the day, they've gotten catcalled at least 5 to 6 times. Another talked on the struggles of walking to work every morning and the discomfort that this brings. More so, if you look below, there is a drastic difference on how Wellingtonians feel in the nighttime, with a majority of respondents rating 4 or lower. The graph on the bottom of this page, as well as the graph on page 7, echo the same sentiment, showing that Wellingtonians don't exactly feel safe in Wellington's nightlife either. 70% of our respondents rated 4 or less on how likely they would be to walk home alone at night in Wellington. Is it not obvious that something needs to happen when the people of Wellington are even too afraid to simply walk somewhere? A respondent said although they were below the age of 18 and thus have not experienced the nightlife of Wellington, they are extremely scared for when they will be experiencing this nightlife. This further shows how Wellington's image has been tainted by the constant threat of harassment and assault.
At the bottom of page 7 and at the top of page 8, you'll see 2 graphs that display what people have experienced in Wellington. These graphs are sad but not surprising. Some specific statistics from this graph show that 44% of our respondents have experienced sexual assault, 17% of our respondents have experienced rape, 26% have experienced catcalling, and 25% have experienced unwanted touching, groping, or grabbing.
Overall, the single statistic we could give you to show the magnitude of this issue is that only 12 out of 2,866 respondents had not experienced any of these things, which is 0.42%. This means that 99.58% of our respondents have experienced at least one of these things. One of our respondents shared their experience with us, and we have paraphrased it to leave out any identifying characteristics. We want to show you that these statistics are so much more than just numbers on a page. These are real people with real lived experiences.
I was at a bar in Wellington. I was on my way to get a drink when a man pushed me into a corner of the bar. He barricaded me in. He then began to do all sorts of things to me while I was trying to tell him to stop. The bouncer came, but he didn't kick the man out. He kicked me out and allowed the man to stay in the bar. I was left outside without my friends, my phone, or any way of getting home.
At the bottom of page 8, you will see a graph on how frequently our respondents experience harassment or sexual assault in Wellington. 32.1% of our respondents said they experience this behaviour every weekend. 11.6% said they experience this 3 to 5 times a week. One respondent of a young age stated that they and all of their friends had been sexually assaulted in some way. This further shows that this is an issue that is occurring far too frequently.
On the bottom of page 9, you'll see that 94.6% of our respondents believe that there needs to be a change in Wellington's culture. One of our respondents said that Wellington now feels dangerous, whereas it used to feel safe. You don't know where trouble will be found, and it seems to happen day or night in any location, not just down some city alleyway. It feels like a dead city, and the vibe that Wellington was so famous for is quickly deteriorating. We would now like to present to you our proposed solutions. We believe that these will allow the Council to take action and become the catalysts for change. Due to our time limit today, we can only briefly discuss these, however the handout we have provided offers more depth. Firstly, by creating and implementing a new vision for Courtney Place, Cuba Street and surrounding areas that is accessible, people-focused and prioritises community building. The current design of Wellington is not up to standard, with things such as construction, hectic roads and poorly lit streets. Overall, there hasn't been a new vision or work done on this area in years, and a new vision is long overdue.
Secondly, another proposed solution is to work with hospitality staff, management, and patrons to create a citywide strategy to keep our bars, restaurants, and clubs free from sexual violence. This will involve comprehensive evidence-based sexual violence training for all hospitality workers that targets the narratives of stranger rape and victim-blaming attitudes. Currently, the council's proposal around a patron code of conduct is satisfactory for reducing violence and disorder, but does not have a direct address to the high levels of sexual violence and harassment that we see in bars and streets. Another proposed solution is to invest in sexual violence prevention through increasing existing funding to local prevention organisations and creating additional funding streams for community-based projects. This is extremely key, as there needs to be a bigger emphasis on prevention rather than only taking measures after the fact.
To conclude, we ask of the Council to take consideration of this data and these experiences to understand that they are not just statistics. These are real stories of people who have faced terrible, horrific, and saddening experiences in a place that they're supposed to call home. Once again, we are not simply numbers on a screen. We are people who want to walk down the street without fear. We want to go out with our friends without facing the constant threat of not returning home. We are asking you for a safer Wellington.
Sexual assault is an issue worldwide, but let's not stick behind the pack. We're presenting to you, the Council, an opportunity to make Wellington City the catalyst for change worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, an excellent submission. And we've got a partai from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that and to say thank you so much for your work, and that you're right. Everyone deserves better, and this is totally unacceptable, and we have to change it. And I also just want to say, just really want to acknowledge what you've said and the stories you've shared, because they are powerful, and we've heard them and we believe them, and we want to do something about them. I guess I want to just acknowledge it, but I also just want to go into one of your recommendations and just ask you if you'd mind expanding on it a wee bit, and that is around a new vision for Courtney Place and Cuba Street, because I'm very interested in that, and I think that that has a lot of potential to make a difference, and I'm really pleased that you've identified that, and I'm just wondering if you can talk about what that would look like in the ideal. What would Courtney Place and Cuba Street in that area look like when it's designed to end sexual violence?
Right, so obviously we've got the ability to make the streetlights brighter. We can cut trees to make it a clearer area. We could even potentially remove the road, the cars, because it's such a crowded area, and there's a tiny wee area for walking. There's no area to sit. There's very little space. We're all literally like shoulder to shoulder on a busy night, and it just goes to show that this is an environment that's made for a lot of people.
And if you are out on a Saturday night and say you're a victim, even being that close to people that you don't know, strangers, can be triggering or traumatising for some. So we need to expand the area and allow more room for pedestrians.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you very much for coming in and speaking up for the community.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you doing that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now I'd like to welcome Patrick Morgan from Cycle Wellington, who's going to speak to us on item 2.4. Tēnā koe, welcome. So you've also got 10 minutes.
Okay.
And you know how it works, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm going to keep this short. I'm actually quite upset by listening to Ella and Sophie's presentation, so I'm just going to keep this really short. Today you've been asked to send out for consultation a paper that involves really defending pedestrian space in our city, and to join the dots what Ella and Sophie said about people feeling crowded on footpaths, about feeling unsafe, needing more room for pedestrians. Let's join the dots here. Footpaths are for feet. Why is a bike advocate interested in this? This is because cities around the world are trying to make our streets more attractive and safer for people, and this is part of that. We also want to be a good ally to people representing disabled groups and pedestrian advocates. One of our supporters said, frankly, why is this even up for discussion? The law is really clear that footpaths are for feet. I see in the paper that in 2005, Council had this kind of tacit agreement, let's not enforce the law, and as long as there's a metre of clear space on suburban footpaths, we're going to let it go. I think that needs to stop. It shows disrespect for people in our city. Parking restrictions are often in place for safety reasons. Badly parked vehicles can obscure sightlines at crossings, block safe access for wheelchairs, buggies, and at shared paths for people on bikes. So I'm just going to close now with a comment from one of our supporters. How is this even up for debate? It blows my mind that parking on footpaths was ever deemed acceptable. I can take any questions, thanks.
Kia ora, Patrick, thank you, very clear. Are there any questions? Councillor Young, thank you.
Thank you, and I totally accept it's a nightmare having cars parked on footpaths. I've just received an email from someone saying, what about streets where you've got very narrow, steep streets, and as long as it's the one, he's saying allow the 1 metre rule, because he's naming streets like Devon Street and Ofira Road, saying there are very few pedestrians there, and some of the houses don't have off-street parking, etc., etc. Do you think it should be a rule that's just for the inner city, or do you think it should be blanket across the whole city?
Well,
I don't have a view, by the way, I'm just asking.
Sure, yeah. Thanks for your question. Yeah, I mean, this is the rule for New Zealand, that footpaths are for feet and people using, wheelchairs, buggies, that kind of thing. So, again, I'm not sure why it's up for discussion. The fact that your questioner says there are a few people using the footpath, I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why is because we've reallocated that public space to storing private property.
Because they're, outer areas. But I mean,
Sure.
I'm with you on this, to be honest. But the other thing is, I mean, I agree, footpaths are for feet. I mean, that the name says it all. How do you feel about e-scooters?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stay in my lane today. I'm going to stay in my lane today and just stick to this. I think you should put this out for consultation and let the public have their say. We can probably anticipate a lot of the responses, but if Wellington is serious about being a city that puts people first, about moving more people with fewer vehicles, then I think you'll make the right decision today.
Thank you. Councillor Rush also has a partai.
I was actually the recipient of Councillor Young's email as well, so it was. But I guess, Patrick, nice to see you again. There was over the summer a problem down the southern coast of people flocking to the beaches, which we love to see, but having to park on the across the footpath. They would then actually use the footpath to get to the beaches. What do you think we can do to both make sure that the footpaths are accessible for the folks that you've mentioned, but also we don't turn off people coming from parts of the city to celebrate the wonderful beaches?
Sure. I mean, allocating public space for more and more vehicles is a game that a city can never win. And it's why cities around the world are going away from that, giving people more transport choices. Again, this is one that you can kick across to our good friends at the Regional Council who look after public transport, providing better options there. I don't think that... I think the city should be enforcing the rules that we already have, that footpaths are for feet. I accept sometimes there'll be a lot of pressure on a popular space like we saw on the South Coast. Again, there's pretty good public transport links to Island Bay in those suburbs, and I think it's not asking too much of people to walk a few hundred metres to an attractive beach.
Okay, but you'd support this going up for consultation then?
That's what I'm here for today, thanks.
Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, the picture you've showed here is, I mean, it's ridiculous that vehicle parking like that, but you can, I'm getting to a question, you can understand why people do this at times. I'm not justifying it, but you can understand, because if they parked fully on the road, then you can see, obviously it's a pretty narrow road. Now, my question is, like it or not, do you think we need a lot more yellow lines so that, I mean, if these cars were parked on both sides of the road here, there probably would be very little room in the middle for emergency vehicles to get through, etc. And sometimes, well, people are lazy. They don't like to have to walk too far. And do we need more yellow lines to ensure that there is sufficient road for vehicles to move through?
Yes.
Tēnā koe, Patrick. Thank you very much for
Okay,
coming in.
thanks for your attention and
korero with us.
questions.
Appreciate you taking the time. All right, councillors, we've got 15 minutes till morning tea. I think it's worth stepping in and moving into the papers. So I now invite Mayor Foster to introduce item 2.1, the Independent Wellington City Council Governance Review.
Thanks, Councillor Day. Look, I'm really pleased to introduce the review. When I launched the independent review in February, I reflected on the need for us to make changes. And I said that confidence in our ability to govern optimally has been eroded. And I said we needed governance change, that our city needed governance change. And every one of you stood when I invited you to do that, and I think that was a recognition of the need for change. The public perception, I think when you read Peter and James's report to us, the public perception response that he spells out, and it's from those people who were interviewed, and they were, they're our CCOs, us, our officials, some of our key external stakeholders. That should cause us all to look in the mirror and say, actually, we do need to change. And what's been really pleasing, councillors, is the response that you've made to that, to say, actually, yeah, no, we buy that. And so it's a matter of us taking this opportunity to say we have the chance to reset, to change, to move forward, because the other thing that is spelled out in spades in the report is that we have a massive set of challenges, probably an unprecedented, not probably, it is an unprecedented set of challenges, and we face them all at once. They are not things we can duck. They have to be dealt with. And actually the report, there's an invitation to say, look, we need to develop a clarity around vision, clarity around a bucket list of the things that we need to attend to. But I think the report actually gives us a pretty clear steer as to what those things are. And most of those things are things which are very much bedded into our long-term plan. They're bedded into Barbara's, the things we expect of Barbara and her organisation. And most of those things are in change train. We are responding to the water infrastructure challenge. We've been engaging and we are continuing to engage with government on its reform agenda. Let's Get Wellington Moving, of course, is also being reset, and that's really important. So we're responding to, to make real decisions, to get real decisions in front of the community about transport. We are acting on the climate change response. We put money into our long-term plan for Te Atakura. Our spatial plan and our forthcoming district plan are part of our responding to providing more capacity for housing. And we're engaging with central government on the long-term sustainability of our social housing. And our economic strategy, of course, the arts and culture strategy, the activation work we're doing, the support for a fantastic events program, all of these are responding to the things that the report highlights about the hollowing out of not just our central city, but central cities across the country, and I would say probably around the world in the wake of COVID. And just picking up Ella and Sophie's public participation this morning, we are responding, and we're responding actively with our partners to the real challenges that we have around city safety and around the perception that our central city, and the reality in some cases that our central city is not as safe as we want it to be. So we're actively working on that, and I look at Moana particularly in the back and the work that you're doing with Jenny and team to respond to that, and we look forward to unveiling some of those things very shortly. So we are responding to those sort of things, but I guess the point that I make is that we've been making progress, but what Peter and James are inviting us to do with this report is to make some changes so that we do these things so much better, and that we do it in a way which gives real confidence to our city that we're on top of this, we're working collegially together, we're working in an efficient way together, so we actually deliver what our city needs. And I think that we're just reflecting briefly on the report. When Peter presented his report to us, feels like a long time ago now, but it was only last Thursday, I think we all felt that that's fair. I think most of us said that's 80-20, and that's the conversations that we've had, among ourselves. I think probably management team as well, thinking actually, there might be some bits we might go, yeah, maybe, but 80-20, 90-10, I think we felt that's fair, and that we can take that on board. I think there was a bit of a collective feeling that maybe we might have been let off a little lightly, but I think if you read behind, you read into the report, now I see some shaking of heads, so maybe you think it's fair. But, I think you can read behind some of the words that are in there as well. But I think what we said is that's a fair reflection, and it's giving us a way forward. And so, councillors, what I'm inviting you to do today, and I'm not going to speak at any greater length, is to say that we've got the opportunity for a reset. We've got, we're exactly halfway through the term, and we've got the opportunity to take this reset to make the changes which are recommended. But remember that structure needs to be supported by culture, and we are going to have some follow-up conversations, and Peter's very kindly offered to help us with that, to talk about the way we do business, to talk about that bucket list, to talk about that visioning, and then that gives us a really good base to move forward and to deliver on the things that our city needs. So, councillors, I'm delighted to move this. Thank you for the conversations. They've been quite, at times quite challenging conversations over the last week since we got the report, but I think we are in a good space, and I hope that we can move forward together, because that's what our city wants, that's what we're looking for, that's what they're expecting.
Kia ora, very succinct. Would anyone like to speak to this? Just to also acknowledge, oh sorry, we need a seconder. Deputy Mayor Free, if you're seconding it, just to also acknowledge that there is another recommendation in there, which is about the work that needs to be done for the final report, procedural part of it, but just have a quick read. That wording is a little bit, we might just need to check that, yeah.
Recommendations. I'm just wondering, Mayor Foster, if we can just have, maybe we just need to...
Recommends in there.
Maybe, yeah.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe that we just tidy the recommended bits off over, take the break and then tidy it up, yeah.
Yeah, can I just my issue is what work is going to be done, because there's actually quite a lot of things that need to be done. Yeah.
Yeah, look, can I just deal with that quickly? It is the things around the delegations, etc., to put into place the what is needed. So officers are working on that, but obviously that's something that has to go through council rather than here.
I think Councillor Pennant is correct though, because there are a lot of recommendations there with things that will have a lot of information to come from that around support and all that sort of thing. So we might just need to figure that out while we're having a break. Councillor Fitzsimons, did you have a question?
I was just going to say, do we really need to agree it for the work to happen? Like, the work can happen without us agreeing it, is my point. Because I will have a lot of details that I've...
And I'd possibly even like to give staff a bit of direction, sorry, because there are so many things. Some things might need more priority, they might need to come first. I mean, I know the delegation's already been worked on, so anyway, let's just talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it at morning tea just with staff to see what's the what they're sort of thinking. Would you like to have explained that better? I think. Yep. So we'll take our break now. We'll have 15 minutes. We'll come back at 22:11. Thank you. you to
Look,
speak to the changes.
so just to finish off, this is the make less is more, so we don't get ourselves tangled up and trying to dot every I and cross every T. So all we're doing today is we take the report. The report is what it is. We can't amend Peter and James's report, and we send that to council. We recommend to council for adoption of that report. And then the second part of that is there will be a lot of detail to implement the report. And now that what we're saying there is request officers to provide council the further advice and implementation of the report's recommendations. So that will be things like the delegations. It will be things like the support that's needed that Peter and James refer to in terms of councillors training. All of those things. There's a lot of detail in there. That work will be done by council officers to come back to us in time to allow the implementation date of the 1st of June, which is what we had said that we were going to do. So it's pretty straightforward, and that will come to us at a later stage. So we don't need to debate that level of detail at this stage.
Thank you. Haven't got any speaking list yet. Deputy Mayor Free, would you like to speak?
Right, if you don't mind.
Sure. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Stage, I might as well now. So I just want to first of all acknowledge the work that went into this report from Peter Winder and James Buse here. I think they've done an astounding job, and I found it a very refreshing read because I think it lays out some of the problems quite well, but it's also very realistic about the nature of the problems. And I think that what it also does is tries to send a clear message to us that one of the problems this council has is in delivery and implementation of decisions. And that goes for big capital decisions like the town hall and the library, but also smaller resolutions where we ask for things to happen. And I'm really pleased that they've come up with some practical and sensible ways to address those issues. And I guess I just wanted to reflect a little bit, if I can, about my impression of where the report came from and my experience as a Wellington City Councillor, and also then just to sum up with kind of where to from here. But I think that my impression that's been gained on the day the report review was announced, but also since, is that the report came out of a view among some that criticism of the Wellington City Council is somehow deeply disloyal, or a sign of dysfunction, or a personal attack on an individual or individuals. And the report does not uphold this view. It refers to catastrophising and dispels the claims that media criticism of council structures is a form of bullying. It notes that debate should be as natural as breathing. And I guess I do just want to share a fairly candid experience of my start on this council and kind of how I've developed my view as a Wellington City Councillor. So I started out with a view, and I think I shared it with the Mayor at the time when I was thinking of running, that being a Wellington City Councillor is one way that as a progressive I can hold up a view of public institutions like councils which needs protecting. And I worried about the criticisms of public institutions made by people like Paul Eagle, and I was very upfront with him about this. I said, Paul, you've got to stop criticising the council. You're undermining a public institution. This is how Trump gets elected. What are you doing? You mustn't do this. And I've had to apologise to him since because I totally understand how he got to that position. But my first question when I got elected was, right, where's my workspace and how do I get something on the agenda of the council? And the answer was councillors don't get a workspace and you have to work with officers to put something on the agenda of the council meeting, or you have to do a notice of motion signed by at least 5 people. And I was like, oh, okay. So I looked to advance issues like the island-based cycleway. I emailed officers. I said, right, I was elected on this basis. There's a few things that need to happen. Didn't get replies. I raised it in council meetings. There was no action and no record of it being raised. And not only this, but when I and my council colleagues would win support of 8 on issues like the Frank Kitts Playground or public ownership of the library or the council going back to Civic Square, like actual resolutions passed at this table, they'd be ignored and not followed up. So I'm particularly pleased to see the forward program and reports on implementing recommendations included. I think there is a basic public administration problem and a lack of respect for democracy at present. And in Peter Winder's words, there's an unusually lax approach. The report also identifies a lack of implementation. There is a delivery deficit here. We have had and I can think of it this triennium, very few reports on the progress of the town hall, but it's a huge capital program that this council's undertaking, and site visits don't cut it. We need to be really assured as governance that this project is on track, and I'm particularly pleased to see that identified as one of the issues to be addressed by one of the committees. But I also want to just comment on the time and energy that is put in by council officers who are worried about the media narrative. And I think what this report identifies is an unhealthy concern with media attention. And you can look at paragraph 81 of the report, which refers to a story that Councillors Paul and Councillors O'Neill were quoted in the newspaper in February. They raised genuine concerns and reflections as two new young councillors on the Wellington City Council. And other councillors also commented too about their frustrations. Some of these were published, some of them weren't. And I understand this story, which was what I would say is a very orthodox critique by young people of an institution that's very old, caused huge angst internally, hours of meetings and unhealthy kind of concern with this. And Peter Winder finds, I find it difficult to understand why this incident has reasonably caused lingering anguish and angst. And I agree. And I guess I just want to put on the record that every hour spent trying to control or being concerned about the media narrative or the brand of the council is time spent not delivering on council resolutions. So I'm hopeful that we can move to a more mature approach to media scrutiny and coverage, because it's an important part of keeping us honest as councillors. And in any case, attempts to control the media will not work and are not in our interests. I'm worried about the view of the council as a kind of a brand like Coca-Cola. I do not view this public institution as a brand, and I do not think that it has a reputation that people need to uphold in opposition to holding this council to account. The job is to act in the best interests of Wellington and in Wellington residents. And I've heard of many criticisms by the council to silence criticism of the council. They're referred to in this report, and I've had arts organisations raise this with me. Community groups raised it with me. It's been directed at councillors sometimes. And I want to see this end, and I want to work on this further, because if we had more robust debate, if we had that functional and healthy democracy, maybe our water infrastructure system wouldn't be in the state it's in. So I've sort of moved in my position from being a councillor elected to uphold trust and faith in public institutions to a view that to do that, my job is to protect residents from the council. And that's how you build trust and confidence in public institutions. And that's come about by a series of experiences. I just also want to talk about the comments in the report around the support for councillors. It will never be a vote winner for councillors to stand up and say, we need better facilities, we need better support. So I'm particularly pleased this has been identified in the report. At the moment, we don't have a desk that's allocated to us. We don't have access to the council intranet. We can't book rooms. We do all our own correspondence back to residents. It's just not sustainable, but also it's just not likely to lead to the kind of cohesive approach by councillors. And it does mean that at times you use media to advance issues, because that's how you get results, and that's been the constant message. So I think if you want to change the way that works, then you have to be more inclusive and more open to criticism and more open to making sure that information is shared fairly, because one other criticism in this report is that information wasn't shared equally, and I think that is a particularly damning criticism and something we need to make sure doesn't happen. I think it is a shame that the Mayor didn't adopt a facilitated approach to the new committee structure. It hasn't really been smooth or collaborative, and we all need to, I think, now put that behind us. But, I got a 1-minute conversation with the Mayor about all of this, and I know that, other councillors had more, some had less even, but it wasn't a smooth transition to this. But I think I agree with the Mayor that we need to put that behind us and we need to move forward in the interests of Wellington. I think that the new committees are sensible and getting rid of the Tuesday briefing is sensible, but I have got a few questions about how that plays out. So papers will need to be able to be defended. So the people bringing papers will either need to defend them, or they will need to be able to show us where we can have input. And I don't want to see the scrutiny and questions that are asked at a Tuesday open media briefing go into closed door workshops. And I welcome the new approach, I hope, taking after we did the airport workshop, to making more workshops open. I can't think of very many workshops that couldn't have been open to the public, and I don't want to lose the Tuesday briefing and have that go into a closed door session. The Mayor has talked about bucket lists and the need for more facilitation. I think we've already spent a lot of money on this review. I'm not sure that more facilitation is what we need. And actually, I worry that bucket lists sounds like vanity projects or bullet points that people can say they've achieved on their leaflets for re-election. I don't really agree that bucket lists is the way to go. And I think in terms of visioning, that our LTP is our statutory vision. That's what we need to do. Which you did say, Mayor Foster. Yeah. Well, I'm sceptical about the bucket lists. They do sound like vanity projects to me. And at the end of the day, the LTP will show us where our priorities are. I'm also a little bit sceptical about working groups and what they will do. I think we need papers that decisions are made about, and working groups, I don't know if there's a suggestion that they be open to the public or not, but as far as my view is that we need to have working groups that are where needed, but I think most things need proper debate and discussion and actual decision made by a properly constituted committee. But finally, I, like the Mayor and others, obviously want to make this work. I'm tired out by the last 18 months and I want a better outcome. But I also want this council on that journey to be open and robust and accept criticism and debate in the spirit it is intended, which is to express different views about what's in the best interests of Wellington, because that's how we make the best decisions for our residents.
Councillor Sparrow, wanting to speak to it?
Yeah, there is a lot contained in this review, and much that I could say, but I don't intend to do that here and now. All I'm going to say is that I do have some reservations about some of the recommendations that have been made, particularly in terms of the whole new structure, and I do think we need to be thinking through this a whole lot more than we are doing. I think we are rushing into things without having fully thought through some of the implications and ramifications, and I was going to be voting for number 1 there before the red words were added, but not 2, and now I'm not quite sure how I'm going to be voting. That's all I have to say at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I won't say too much either. I thought the report was generous to us. I thought we got off lightly, and I believe that it's our last chance.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Foon.
I also welcome the report that clarified a lot for me, and I feel like we've been playing. I'm a big believer in above and below the line, and the line has been big, fat and grey, and it's really hard to know where you're playing. So I feel like the line is clearer now, and it's flushed things out that we needed to understand where we all sat. But there is a saying out there, and perception is everything. And it is hard for a new councillor to hear that the activity of coming on to council is doing things like destroying our city's pride, with that councillors is something to work around,
seen as an impediment and the public is losing confidence. With a nice comment of, but we are well-intentioned and passionate, like, yes, absolutely. So for me, this is a really important thing that we need to overcome in the public's eye. I welcome that the CCOs need to be brought more into the council whānau. That's a really important part of this, and I'm really welcome that. Councillor Condi and I have seen for a while that is a real issue for our CCOs, the work that they do, the contribution they make to the city, which they work so hard to make sure they are doing their best. But through the report, I have hope. And it outlines that together we do have a high commonality to make Wellington a better place to live. That's why we're all here. And I'm committed to resetting and moving forward. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. I do think we need a vision together, like even if it's ours. So I did advocate for that on coming in, and I do want to see a bucket list. If I can't bring a notice of motion, I'm going to have some way of saying this is what I want to see in the last 18 months. I am willing to try the new committee structure, although I'm nervous about how we represent our community. The portfolios has enabled us to be answerable to the community on certain issues, but I'm willing to give it a go. And I do want to support the Mayor and Deputy Mayor to advocate for Wellington, because that is the critical part to restoring that pride. And also that we need to restore public trust and confidence and get on with the activity we need, and critically doing things like making our city safe for all of our residents, like Ella and Sophie this morning. So no more distractions from me. I want to get on with it.
Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou, and I'm sorry I'm not there in person to be part of this discussion. I do think this is a very interesting process to be part of, and I think that some councillors and maybe other people thought that this review was going to have a very simple solution, or lay the blame for what they perceive to be council's problems with a group of people, and it really didn't do that. It did kind of dish out that many people around the table, that for officers there were lessons, for councillors there were lessons, and it wasn't really this group is the problem. And so I think that there's been a little bit like not knowing how to handle that kind of report and the complicated picture it portrays. So I know that in my case, my quite sort of open use of social media and talking about issues as they come before us. Not everybody's going to agree with the way that I say things or the way I do them, but for me, opening the council up and doing things differently has been quite an important kind of, for me to hold true to my values and do the best that I think we need to do for the city. And I think some people thought, oh, well, this is going to be, this is not the way we do things, and that this would be kind of frowned upon. And actually the report's quite open about things like media, social media, leaking, all of those issues, which, to be honest, are just a normal part of any kind of political process. And I think that the idea that this review was going to somehow take the politics out of disagreements or debate where they naturally happen is naive. And, it has never been the case in this council. And going back in all its history, there's always been politics. We are politicians. We do disagree. We have, we are going to reflect the changes that are out there in the way that society is changing. And I think that's, been a really interesting experience about this council, the way, some of us will do things differently from others, and how that can be challenging for both council colleagues or the organisation as a whole. So in a way, I think that the most important thing about these committees is the kind of the reset. And, I've been very open that I'm prepared to sort of give up to get, that I think we all need to do a little bit of that. And so, I have a positive attitude about doing that, but we cannot fool ourselves to think that we're ever going to take the politics out of politics. And yes, we can all try and lift our behaviour. I take, criticism from my colleagues and, do reflect about what I say and do and think about how to do it differently and to kind of build collegiality and build respect for us in the community. But yeah, this kind of reset, I think the structures, in a way, it's just what we do with them that counts. And so, yeah, I'm committed to trying to do things a little better and, to work in the reality that we have. And maybe, I'll take my part in this to be a little bit kinder to each other and to, try and show a bit more understanding and patience with each other. So I'd like to thank all my colleagues for the discussions that have been had, and I think many people, change is hard, and so I think we have to embrace it and move on constructively. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, team. I think I want to start just responding to Councillor Wolf's comment that this is our last chance. I can only assume that that is some reference to a Crown Observer or commissioners coming in. And I actually find that really unhelpful and not in the spirit of the report that has been prepared for us. The report is very clear that Peter Winder found no case for government intervention at this council. When he spoke to us all, he said, this is not tauranga. To imply, however slightly, that is not the case is very unhelpful and potentially misleading to the public on an issue that's actually quite sensitive. If I were a more suspicious person, I would be concerned that I'm actually seeing that as more of a threat, actually, that's a threat to your colleagues, that if we don't all fall into line somehow, we'll all be on the unemployment line. The report says debate should be as natural as breathing, and I fully expect that there will continue to be a lot of debate at this table because we all hold very different views. So any connection between the idea that that if we continue to have a lot of robust debate, that somehow that is going to lead to commissioners is incredibly unhelpful, and I think just misleading and untrue. That said, I actually wanted to come back to Councillor Fitzsimon's comments about criticism and it being seen as disloyal or a personal attack. And I think, I actually think that sometimes criticism can be an incredibly loyal thing to do. If something's not on the right track and you really want to see it succeed, then providing constructive criticism can be a loyal thing to do. And I think that, for example, is the spirit within which I entered into the health check of Let's Get Wellington Moving, for example. I think that's an incredibly important project for the city that I support wholeheartedly, and I think we all have to make sure that it succeeds. And I was concerned that at the time that it might not be on track. And actually, in that case, to bring a health check is an act of loyalty to the program. Personally, my approach to that has always been that you should praise in public and critique in private and constructively, and that any kind of public criticism should definitely be seen as a last resort when you haven't gotten anywhere. And I just want to acknowledge, Councillor Fitzsimons, that your frustrations, I think, have built up, reflect having built up over a number of years, a sense of feeling ignored and disempowered by this organisation. The report says quite clearly that some of these issues, some of these organisational cultural issues, are over a decade old. Those kinds of things will not be solved quickly or overnight. Change takes time, and for things like organisational culture, it takes a lot of hard work and commitment. what I've seen so far from our new chief executive and our new ELT is that they are moving us in the right direction on trying to improve the organisational culture and be very responsive to councillors, to the resolutions at council. And I guess my kind of familiarity with these bureaucracies and how difficult it is to affect management change in large organisations is that I can be a bit patient with that, but I want to know that we're heading in the right direction. And I want to know that we're heading in the right direction as quickly as we can. As I said, I believe that the ELT and the new chief executive are taking us in the right direction. I hope that this report will help us all get on the same page and go more quickly in that direction of working together as a partnership. The report talks a lot about us and them culture, and that's certainly not the kind of culture that I want to participate in. So this is my commitment publicly to work really hard with the councillors at the table, ELT and our staff, to try and build a new culture at this organisation. From that, I want to come back to the structural change, which is the largest, sort of most significant recommendation of the report, and acknowledge that structural change will not deliver behavioural change, you know. And I know that I share the concerns that the structural change is quite significant and could be quite disruptive. Certainly creates a lot of work for staff. I think it will improve workflow for staff, which means that they will have more time to work on the implementation and the delivery that you were talking about, Councillor Fitzsimons. So I definitely support that. I think the commitment that we have for the chairs and deputy chairs to work together much more collaboratively than they have in the past, where in the past the deputy chair is essentially sitting there just in case the chair can't make it. It hasn't actually been an active role. That's not the model going forward. And I think that, as I refer to it, the buddy system of having those two people working together could be really helpful for us. We are operating in a low trust environment as councillors. That's unfortunate, but there's no point in being in denial about that. It's better that we face it head on and we set up some structures that actually allow us to move forward and move through that. And I think the buddy system, I'm hopeful, is one thing that might help us do that. I also just want to acknowledge that, it's a significant change and we're looking at the 1st of June, and I was just, as the current chair of the CCOs committee, was looking at our schedule, and in fact CCOs will be the first cab off the rank. We've got a meeting scheduled for the 2nd of June. So, that's an example of that. We've got not very much time for us to work together to provide a smooth handover for that work, because we want to maintain the momentum that we've been building in terms of elevating our relationship with the CCOs. And I think we need to, it's going to be a lot of work for a lot of people to make that transition in a short period of time. And I commit to doing everything I can to make that go as smoothly as possible. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora koutou. Well, look, I'd like to thank the reviewers and the Mayor for actually commissioning this. When it was first mentioned, I was very concerned because I thought it was going to be a way of, again, undermining democracy and taking councillors away. And I was not supportive of that, and that would only be the most last resort, and I don't even think that where it has happened elsewhere in the country was necessarily justified. But what I think is we've come up with some really good and practical recommendations in some cases that will help us and will also holds us to account, because we are accountable, and I think that's incredibly helpful. I recognise that the last week hasn't been easy, and so there will be some rebuilding to do, but it has been part of the process. So I think I'd just like to reinforce the comments of some of our colleagues that actually Mr. Winder found no really significant issues that required, a commissioner. That we are still doing the work. Even more importantly, we landed an LTP with a 13.5% rates increase, so that was significant. Obviously, there are some things that can be changed, but there is a lot that is good that is going around in here. As someone who's been involved in local government for a long time, I will reassert the importance of local government. I know we may not always cover ourselves in glory, but it is an important part of our democracy. And as there is major structural change going on in so many different areas, I think it's very important to reassert the important role that we play in supporting the wellbeing of communities. I believe it is our job to uphold democratic institutions, and at times that has been undermined, which is unfortunate, so we just need to think about that. In terms of the partisan council, I raised my eyebrows. I do have some really long institutional knowledge. I don't think that you can say that 10 years it's been like this. Actually, I could tell you lots of stories about things that happened well before, which were very difficult. And of course, we know that in the past, that this council did mirror Parliament with, two wings of groupings that closely mirrored the Parliament. And, that's democracy. That's fine. I don't see why we should be worried about that. We do not. We have a diverse community and we will have diverse views. I would like to particularly thank Councillor Fitzsimons here, because it was actually she who raised some important issues around transparency. It was you that said we don't keep a record of our resolutions. And then Mr Regan Dooley has got actually a petition around it. In fact, I was going to put a notice of motion in around this because amongst other issues. So I think the issue of transparency is possibly one area which hasn't been covered well. But these resolutions that work will now be done, and it should be done. The Ford program, as you will all know, has exercised me. I couldn't believe it was taken away. It absolutely had to come back, and it has to be better than before to help us plan our time, use our resources, and hold ourselves accountable to the city. I'm not going to bring any amendments today, just covering the content of the report. But I did talk with staff about this notice of motion, and I've still got a couple of issues which I think need to be addressed, which is around the openness of workshops and how we deal with PE. And I think we need to formalise our practice that we are very clear about when information becomes public. I am a little bit concerned about Mr Winder's points around informal meetings and how productive they are. I don't agree with that. I think we need to be more transparent, and informal meetings don't allow people to see how decision making goes on at this council. The next point I'd just like to make, I know there was only a very limited amount of time, but I think the issue of iwi and leadership here is a weakness in the report. I know that they felt that it wasn't possible to draw any conclusions, but it's absolutely critical, and I'm not sure we've actually got the structure right from that perspective, and where mana whenua are going to fit in, and then once we've got our Māori ward too. So I think there's still some more discussion to do around that. I'm also sceptical, a little bit like Councillor Condi, about structural change, because look, we've had portfolios, and then we've also had committees, but apparently the issues go back a decade, and so we did have that chair structure 2013 to 2016. So I'm not sure, and I do see great benefit in the portfolio system, and that it did give everyone some responsibility, which is why it was introduced. But anyway, look, let's just get on with it. I don't want to have a big argument about it. Obviously, we do need to have a vision. Councillor Foon, you were right from the beginning, you called for that, and I think that will be quite good. In fact, of course, we did agree to some strategic outcomes through the LTP process, which were excellent, and I fully bought into this. Where I do have a major issue is around the Tuesday briefing and how we test advice, because I think it's important. And with my background, where I've spent a decade challenging this institution over in my particular area, in the environmental area, where I have participated in taking this council to court, where it resulted in the council failing on both counts, and then we had to go back to where we should have started from in the beginning. I think it's absolutely critical, as some of our colleagues have already referred to, we need to challenge, we need to ask them hard questions around the decisions that have been made, and we need to test that advice publicly. So, but we need to do it efficiently, and I just don't see how 15 councillors sending emails to staff, which all need to be responded to, or done on a Thursday, which will be there till 10 o'clock at night. I actually think it was quite an efficient way to have just 3 hours where everyone could ask their questions. I take Mr Winder's concerns around the way it might have developed into being quite adversarial, but it was just an efficient way of because honestly, the poor officers are now going to spend hours, because as one of the councillors that likes to question, I will be asking lots of questions, and I think that is absolutely critical and part of a job. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for talking about the implementation of decisions. That's why I'm really glad to see particularly the committee around operations, which if agreed, Councillor Day will be heading. We actually do need to look more at the implementation and the operations, and I think that will be a really huge improvement. So I think that was a justified criticism, and I think really helpful to us. And just lastly, because we didn't have a question session on this, I mean, the financial implications, I mean, look, I get that they're not going to be huge. It's not a sludge treatment option, but it won't be cheap to do some of these things. And I think that's why I'm glad that the Mayor has put that recommendation in. So that we can get that advice, and so that people can get the proper training that they need. We can be resourced to do our jobs as efficiently as possible. And I'd just like to finish by again saying, look, actually it has been good to have these recommendations made to us, and I'm absolutely committed to working with colleagues and staff to make this better. This institution has been a huge part of my life. I want it to succeed. It's really, really important, and I think we could do some great stuff together. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Tam, Councillor Paul.
Oh, I thought the list would be longer. Yeah. Well, I wanted to speak because I feel vindicated. But I just wanted to start by thanking Peter and James so much for all of their work, and just being, to be honest, I was a bit nervous when I heard that two very senior, long-standing public servants were undertaking this challenge, and I wonder how they would respond to a young Māori 23-year-old that's landed in this position, and whether they would respect that that kind of representation. But they were super fair, and I heard murmurs around the place that I would have a lot to answer for because of some of those statements that I had made in the media. And I didn't have to answer for them, actually, because I think they understood the frustration that I was trying to convey. But I would say that since making some of those comments, particularly the ones around institutions upholding the status quo, I have learnt a lot. And I think the main thing I've kind of come to realise is that as councillors, we are the ones that, I feel like we are often the ones that we are the ones that uphold the status quo, because we don't have that vision. I think that's what Peter's talking about, is we don't have that vision as a council, and we haven't necessarily decided what that looks like. And I think Councillor Foon talked about that a bit, and I'm excited to be able to draw that out, but it means that we have to work on that vision very separately, and I don't think that works. So I'm really excited about the new things that are proposed in this plan, and being able to do those with everyone together, rather than having to go, my own way, trying to get, cars out of the CBD and making the city safer and all of those things. But I would also say that since Barbara's been the CEO, and since there's been this new refreshed ELT, that I've felt really well supported in all of the different projects that I've been working on. The city safety one, I feel like that finally, after years and years and years, has the importance that it deserves. That cycleways, we're starting to totally change the conversation about how that happens, and although there are problems that exist that need to be ironed out, I feel like we have a team who are ready and prepared to accept that and to move forward with implementing that citywide cycleway, hopefully. And taking climate change seriously, and just taking all of these issues seriously that might not have been on the council agenda previously. And so I'm really thankful for that, and I'm looking forward to the new structure of the council. I think having all of these kind of big portions of business separated out will be really helpful, particularly the Planning and Environment Committee, to be able to really focus on those issues that I've already been working on around climate change, and this new vision for the CBD that encompasses being pedestrianised, and also looking at that city safety element. And being able to separate those out, being across everything, I think the infrastructure committee is also really important to be across the delivery of things and making sure that they are actually happening, and being able to give that confidence to the public is really important. So yeah, I guess I welcome everything. I'm really looking forward to having some more support as an elected member, because it really disappoints me that I can't get back to everybody that reaches out. It's really frustrating, and I don't want to burden officers with getting those answers either, because I know that they are also really busy as well. So looking forward to that. But I think the main thing that I got from this review, and I'm actually really thankful that it was called for now, so thanks so much for that. I think the reality is that the local government is changing, and you have people in these institutions that have been here for a long time who are also adapting to that change, and it's not a bad thing. I think the issues that we are across, and the crises that we see in New Zealand around climate change, housing, transport, waters, all of these massive issues, local government are most geared up to deal with and to respond to, because we can provide local responses and local solutions to those issues. But unfortunately, we're a bit of a joke around the country. Like, people think council is a joke, like, let's be honest. And we need to restore that. And I think this moving forward will help us to restore the mana of us as a council, and to be able to be trusted with the public's money to be able to respond to some of those crises. So yeah, it's exciting, and I can't wait till next year. I'm hoping that there will be more diversity in our councils across the country, and that we'll be able to keep moving with this progressive agenda across the country. So yeah, thanks everybody.
Councillor or Deputy Mayor Free.
Look, I would really like to thank Peter and James for the thorough work that they've done. I think that the report was very tactfully written, but all the points that needed to be made were there if you cared to look for them. And I always knew that all of us, whether we were councillors, mayors, deputy mayors or staff, I knew that there would be something that we could look to improve in our own performance and our relationship on this council and the way in which we do work. So, you know, I think the report was good in that it didn't point any particular fingers, but it's clear that across everything we do as a team, management and governance, there were some things that needed to change. It's a brave thing to do, to look at yourselves and actually say we can do better, and to call for the experts, the leading experts in this work, to come and look at you, especially when we know with other councils that's led to some very big upheavals. And we didn't quite know what they were going to say and what conclusions they would reach, but we do know that they've seen it all in local government in New Zealand. And so when they say that we're not entirely broken, I think that's really reassuring. But when they say that we can do things better, I think we do have to listen. And I know that I've heard that a portfolio system offers some benefits, but it also offers quite a lot of challenges. And I think it became clear that that's really quite one of the most important recommendations in the report, is that we are brave enough to try a new structure and a new way of working that meshes better with our management, so that we can achieve more with less effort, because this council is facing unprecedented challenges. We've got a very ambitious spend in front of us through our LTP. And if we're going to have any chance at all of delivering on that, we need to make things more efficient and make things more streamlined. I have to say that I've got a renewed respect for everybody around the table. I think it's been a process it's been a brave process, and a process where we've had to let our guards down a little bit and be a bit more honest with each other, and that's not a bad thing. It is a low trust environment here, and we need to somehow build that trust and confidence as we start on a reset. And I think that is actually going to happen. I feel very positive about the changes we're proposing. And I'm very grateful for people who have worked collaboratively, given us really honest feedback. I think we can only go from strength to strength. I am an optimist, but I honestly think that that is the case. When it comes down to it, I was saddened too by the sort of commentary that came back as external reflections on us as a council. It's quite sobering to think that those are people who know us quite well, and really they damned us with faint praise, where there even was anything that was remotely positive about what they said. And we can do better than that. We really, really can. And I think Wellington needs us to acknowledge where things can be better and to step up and make them better. You know, it's a privilege to be entrusted with people's votes, to represent them on behalf of the city. And we're really standing at a crossroads where the city has a lot of things that need fixing and a lot of new directions it needs to go in, a lot of challenges. And we are the people who are here now to solve that. It's up to us to really lift our game. But I also think that, in fact, we're setting the groundwork for future councils too with this new structure. I'd be quite surprised if a new council didn't learn from our lessons and keep something very much like this for next time. But of course, it's up to them. But so this is not just for us, this is actually for the city, this is for future councils, and I will be thoroughly supporting this.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor O'Neill and then Rush.
Thank you, Council. I just wanted to respond and give my 2 cents in review of this report, and to most of you, these comments will come with no surprise. It is a shared experience that has brought us all here today that has influenced the development of the report and acknowledges that the last 18 months have not been the best. I am excited and I'm thankful and I'm grateful that the governance review has managed to get down into the weeds for most of the issues outlined and thrown around the table. I would like to see, and the most important thing for me going forward, is that the full recommendations are implemented, and I think that is the most responsible thing to do. A key theme within the report is an acknowledgement that in order to function well, we need to dissolve power and reach a consensus place of good governance. I am disappointed about the implementation of some of the first recommendations within the report over the last week. I feel like the most recent process to establish a committee structure has been rushed, and I felt like over the last week, and I'm sure many of us will agree, that it was down to everybody fend for themselves. I think trustworthy institutions are built on good transparency and accountability principles. I believe, as addressed within the review, and as my colleague Councillor Paul has also spoken about, the importance of responding and being accountable to the people that elected us. It is no surprise to many people within an institution that young people in our city, like the two that came and joined us at our table this morning, are highly critical of the work that council and public establishments have been doing. I know that we are progressing as the Mayor responded to the two submitters on things like the social contract, on other measures of city safety, but to me that is not visible to the outside world, and I think that it is very fair and important and just that young people feel like they have a critical voice and an accountable voice within this council. Recent events and this report and other pressures have shown the importance of commitment to affirmative action and ensuring our representatives accurately reflect and respond to the people we serve. Those are strengths. I do not feel like in the last process, the age and the experience and the voice and the accountability and the wealth of getting stuff done, I have to remember not to swear, has not been recognised. Accountability and translating this vision is a tremendous challenge to implement as a council, and as we move forward into this bucket list process, I hope that those problems will be taken in due consideration. Lastly, I believe that the most important value to me as a group of leaders, and when I'm looking forward to the future, is the value of humility. Because if you join a workplace and your boss is not somebody with humility, then you will never learn a day on the job. I believe that we all have a choice in front of us now to progress with maturity and kindness to one another, but I would like to see better recognition of our strengths, as this report has done. Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to start by thanking, I suppose, well, first of all, actually, the authors of the report. I found it very therapeutic to actually unload where my experiences in the council. And I guess, you know, you come from the private sector where My CV says a lot of things have been achieved. And you sort of think you can just do the same here on council, and it's very different. And one of the things that I learned in this is, which is absolutely obvious, is that this council has a loose grouping of, I will call, conservative and progressive. And progressives tend to oscillate for change, and conservatives try to protect the status quo. And I guess when I open up my agendas on Friday evening and see that something that has been a pillar of my sort of life is now being up for changing, that creates quite an emotional burden on me, which you don't get that in the private sector. And unfortunately, that emotional burden sometimes unloads on my family, on my friends, and has caused some erratic behaviour on my part as well, for which I have apologised and will do again. Nevertheless, it was useful to understand that dynamic and realise that we are not in the private sector. But what I am grateful for is for the Mayor's faith in me to recommend at least a chairing role in infrastructure. I think that, like some have said, that the portfolio systems weren't broken, but nevertheless this reconfiguration does enable, from my point of view anyway, to get some more visibility on what the forward program looks like. So I can start looking at what success looks like and start ticking things off. And for me, I guess that's when I start really enjoying my job and what I do, is when I start working with people, and I'm very looking forward to working with Councillor Condi in infrastructure, should that be passed, and start delivering. So I think the report left a lot unsaid. I think there's been more than 3 leaks, but nevertheless, I think it's been a very beneficial process. And I'm looking forward to, and I'm committed to making this work for the next 18 months.
Anyone else wanting to speak? You going to speak? Okay, I'm going to speak. So I would just like to begin by also acknowledging the work of Peter and James. The report is actually pretty fair, and I think it gives a good representation of the challenges that we face, both in our decision making but also in our implementation, which was well covered. I don't agree with the comments that we got off lightly. I think there were some fairly pointed comments in there about things that we need to do to improve. I do agree with the comments in there about catastrophising. I was hearing a lot of that in the lead up to this process, and it sort of, to me, showed a bit of a lack of insight into the processes that we have to go through to make decisions. Councillor Sparrow, I actually do feel a bit like you in that this is very rushed, and is this actually the right solution for this council? Change is hard. I actually quite like change. I'm a little bit unusual on that. I like new things. I guess that's why I went for a job that was nothing to do with the career that I'd established. So now I understand, Councillor Rush, that I must be quite progressive. So that's good. Thanks for clarifying that for me. And I think the other thing to reflect on, which really jumped out at me from the report, was decisions are being made at this council. We have never failed to get to a conclusion and make a decision, and some really hard decisions have been made. He was actually quite amazed that we managed to land our LTP. That was a really hard process, and I want to acknowledge the staff and the councillors and the Mayor for getting us there. It was a bumpy ride. He said every council has a bumpy meeting for LTP. We had a pretty bumpy one, but actually we got there. And I think it's important to acknowledge that that's actually life. I reflect on the fact as a teacher, I actually think it's important that we have those times, because it helps us progress through and understand what is really important to us. I also want to acknowledge the fact that some of my colleagues do feel vindicated. They've been accused of a number of things, and it's been tough for them. And I want to acknowledge that that, you know, sometimes it's hard to stand up and say if something's not right, but sometimes we need to do that, and it is challenging. I also want to acknowledge some of the comments, and actually they are threats that have been issued from people in recent times, particularly around this concept of ministerial intervention. It actually led me to follow it up yesterday, because I was quite concerned that it was still being threatened by colleagues. And it was confirmed to me that there has been no conversation about ministerial intervention. The statements in the report stand. We are not in that pathway, and there has been no discussion about that. And if people are going to try and threaten that they're going to do that, then that's on their head, not on the collective, because the collective doesn't agree with that, and that is people trying to stir and fearmonger, and I don't accept that. There has also been comments about the fact that the report could be rewritten. That is a completely, it's a complete fallacy. I know that the report writer has no intention of rewriting this report. People have mentioned that happened in Tauranga. That was a draft report. That wasn't a published report. There has been absolutely no consideration given to rewriting the report. It is as it stands. It's got strong evidence behind it, and we need to trust and believe that and actually get on and work collaboratively. We've been given a fantastic opportunity to work collaboratively, and I do ask for our leader to make sure that you lead us collaboratively. The last few days has shown that that is absolutely essential. We expect to be included in serious and big decisions, not to be told at the end that there has been a conclusion and we can have no say. That is not okay, and I will not accept that, and I will stand up and speak against that if that ever happens. I also want to speak to some comments that were made recently around me being Labour. I think people really understand this concept of affiliation. I have paid to be a member of the Labour Party. I have not been endorsed by the Labour Party. I have beliefs that are in line. But I also want to say that my colleagues who have Labour affiliations and are endorsed also are independent thinkers and do their own thing at this council. There's sort of a belief and a narrative that there is a puppet sort of situation, and I definitely do not see that amongst my colleagues who have very strong views and ideologies, and I respect them for that. In actual fact, Mayor Foster, you've had 2 different affiliations, and you have been endorsed at times by parties. So I guess I could say that we all take those things when we want them, and let's not try and accuse other people of having an affiliation which is a problem for this council, because none of those affiliations are a problem for this council. They're a strength because we have people who are well educated and supported by communities behind them, like we all are. We all have affiliations to all sorts of groups and places. Let's respect those and get on with doing the job. I also want to support the comments around the vision. I think council has a really strong vision. It's in our LTP and it's been really well articulated. We need to get on and spread that vision amongst the community. People need to hear us articulating that clearly, and I'm in full support of empowering the Mayor to instil confidence in our community that we have a plan and we're getting underway. I think it's really important we do that. I am a little bit concerned about the change in structure from the perspective that one of the biggest criticisms of councils is that we have silos. And I'm a little bit concerned that this structure could lead us back to that. And so I fully commit as a potential chair and with my other chairs and deputy chairs and also with all councillors that we're going to work really hard not to allow a silo mentality to come across our committees, because that is one of the biggest weaknesses of a big organisation, and we need to make sure that we're always having that integrated thinking. There is so much shared workload, and our council, I've actually seen amazing integration across our teams in the last few years, and I want to acknowledge that and say that let's make sure we don't force some more siloed mentality with our change, but I'm sure we will be mindful of that and not do that. I also want to just acknowledge about change takes time. Having been here now for 4 and a bit years, it does take time, and at times it can be incredibly frustrating, but I think that's the reality of life. It happens in all aspects of our life. But I've been here for long enough now to see that that council can be responsive. It does take time to move a big ship, and I do want to acknowledge the work that has been done, particularly within regards to Māori partnerships and the appointment of Karepa, and I want to acknowledge Barbara for responding to that, and that we will always have frustrations along the way where we can't quite get something moving at the right pace. I was in the middle of the Frank Kitts Park playground issues, and I do want to say that I'm grateful and respectful of the fact that there has been a really good response, and that, you know, sometimes that's just because there's a lot of different parts at play and people working on it, and not everyone's moving at the same at the same pace. So I will continue to be as patient as I can be to understand that things have to happen to make things change properly, because sometimes fast change is not always the best change. I just want to speak a little bit too. Part of the report talks about the meetings, because I think the meetings have become a bit of a representation of whether the council's functional or dysfunctional. And I have to say, sitting as here as the chair, majority of meetings are an absolute pleasure to chair. But I did want to acknowledge that in the report that Peter Winder actually identified that some of the processes from my colleagues during the meetings were actually making it incredibly disruptive, and it was making it hard to see debate as easy as breathing. So I do challenge everybody to think about whether you need to challenge it or sometimes just take a remark that might be a response to you on the chin and go, shrug your shoulders and go, oh well, someone didn't agree with me, that's okay. And I think it's really important that we can do that. I love that during this debate, councillors keep returning to the issues that our city faces, and I think that gives me great heart that we are heading in the right direction. This has been a really big distraction, and I was sceptical at the beginning as to whether this was a good process. It didn't start off well. It started off with a process of being done too, and I think that that's always a bad way to go, and I hope that that stops. I'm a little bit disappointed that being done too happened over this last few days with regards to setting up the committees, but let's just take that as a warning that we can do it better, and I think we can, and I think we're getting close, but we do need to keep talking and looking after each other. But I do want to acknowledge what Councillor O'Neill said about humility, and I actually really want to acknowledge those of my colleagues who have really upheld the values of humility over the last few days, and who have been incredibly patient, and some have taken quite a lot of hard news and hard reality with that. And I also want to acknowledge that some people amongst this group struggle with that, and that I want to help you to think about how this is for the city, and that it's not about us as individuals and progressing our own agendas, our own careers. This is about making sure that we get the right skills in the right places, and that we make decisions for the city going forward. So I'm going to continue to work constructively with my colleagues, and I look forward to seeing how this goes. I think it's exciting, and there are good opportunities with this. Mayor Foster, your right of reply.
Look, thank you all, councillors. I think there's been some really good things said there. I'm going to start by the thing that came across from all of you, I think, was to say thank you again to Peter and James for the work that they did. I think they've done a fantastic job, but I'd also like to reflect on saying thank you to everybody, whether it's around this table, our executive leadership team and staff, the external stakeholders, our CCOs, for their contribution. So, giving up their time and obviously contributing very constructively to allow Peter and James to come to the conclusions they did. I'm just going to go through these, excuse me, in the order which I've picked them up. So I think, Councillor Fitzsimons, the comment you made is, they certainly said they made the comments you made about don't catastrophise, but they did. I don't think we should underplay though the bits there about even if I just picked up the headline bits there, no evidence of bullying, but it can be grim. Wellington City Council is a significant way away from enjoying such a culture that's about mutual respect and empathy. Behaviour is undermining public trust and confidence. So they didn't say all was sweetness and light by any stretch of the imagination. So look, they didn't say we were in a state of going, hey. Bullying, people say, has got a particular context or a particular barrier to get through, but they didn't say we were sweetness and light, and they did say we got some serious looking in the mirror and some things which we've got to do. So I think the key message is it's up to us to make sure the culture is a positive one, not a negative one. So we can make it better or we can make it worse, and I guess that's the key thing to say there. You also. There was a couple of things about bucket lists. Councillor Foon, you said you were really looking forward to that. You said bucket list sounded like a sort of a, well, not a wish list. What was the word you used was something along the ways of grandiose projects, that kind of thing. But I think that what was being referred to, and I think you then referred to the LTP being where our priorities lie, that is precisely it. And I think if you look at the LTP and if you look at the things which are highlighted there, by Peter and James in the report, that is exactly where our bucket list is. It's not like we can go and invent something new and then start really delivering it over the next 18 months. And I think actually it's more about discipline on us, because the danger that we have, and I see it, and this is the thing they highlight about amendments sometimes, the danger we have is, look, we've got a work program and all of a sudden it disappears off in another direction. I've got to say it's one of the places I felt a little concerned about for programs just suddenly becoming bigger and bigger in the organisation. Go, God, how do we deal with that? Or, we suddenly decide we want to go spend more money there or more money there, and we're going, well, what happens to the core stuff that we know we need to do? So that's the conversation. I think the bucket list bit was more about disciplining us to focus on the things which are really important rather than going off on flights of fancy or on tangents. And I think you said also that you've been tired by the last 18 months, and I think one of the things that we all need to reflect on, and I think that was across the board, elected members, officers, etc., and Peter reflected that back to us, that nobody is happy at the moment. So if we can do this, if we can turn this corner, if we can reset, and then we can make people happy, and we can also make people proud of their council, and we can get the job done, that is the key. That's our challenge, that's our opportunity. Let's grasp it. Councillor Wolf, look, I don't know what was in your mind. It was a very brief speech, but I took what you said. I think some people have said you were basically saying this is about commissioners. I took what you said was, and I see you shaking your head, I took what you said as being, this is our chance to do that reset in the public mind so that the public goes, actually, we've got a council which we're proud of. I think that's what you said. That's what you meant. I hope that's what you meant, because I think it is our chance. It's an opportunity. It's a gift. Let's take it. Councillor Foon, thank you for the positive response there. Oh, that was brilliant. Councillor Matthews, there's a few things you said there which I thought were absolutely brilliant. And I thought you talked about the review, you're worrying that the review was about laying the blame, and it didn't. It just basically said for all of us, we've got some work to do. We've got to look in the mirror, and I thought that was really good, so thank you for that. You said that the review isn't about taking politics out. I agree. I think the review was more about how we do the disagreement, because you can do disagreement in a way which is respectful and constructive, or you can do disagreement in a way which is not respectful and is destructive. So it's encouraging us to do the constructive approach. And I thought you said a beautiful thing at the end there, which is you're undertaking to be kinder and show more understanding. I think that's fabulous, and I think if we can all do that, that's the enjoinder that our Prime Minister has given us. I'm not sure as a nation we've quite picked that one up as well as we could have done, so let's model that. Councillor Condi, I think I've already responded to the comment you made regarding Councillor Wolf, and he's sort of nodded agreement that's what he actually meant. So thank you. But I think thank you for your commitment to taking the effort to making that transition smooth, get on with it, because 3 years is a really short time anyway, and we want to get on with doing things. So thank you for that commitment there. I thought that was very, very, very valuable. Councillor Pennant, the particular thing I picked up there was the value, reasserting the value of local government. And I think particularly now at the time when there is significant change in the local government sector, I think it's being accidental change in some ways. We've got the very future of local government, the shape of that future is something which is very much front and centre. Local Government New Zealand, that's right at the top. And why is that coming? That's because the reforms around water, the reforms around RMA, you start going, what on earth is local government going to look like? So the Minister is being very positively engaged in that. But I think that's something which, if we step up, if we do our job really, really well, that gives government more confidence. And so that again is our challenge and our opportunity. And I did like what you said, having committed a lot of your life to this institution, and I've done that too. It's really important that this organisation is an organisation which people are proud of and is doing a fantastic job. Couple more, still Councillor Pennant. Councillor Paul, thank you for your comments there. I agree with you. I think that the reviewers were super fair, as you put it, and thank you for your enthusiastic support there. And I think the thing that you finished on was restoring the mana of us as a council. I think that is really, really important. And Peter actually encouraged us. He asked us a few questions, and he said, basically just reflect on when we do things, is this mana enhancing? Does it enhance our mana? Does it enhance the mana of the organisation? And that's what we should be focused on. Deputy Mayor, great speech. I think a number of you did reflect on the low trust environment. The reality is we have been in a low trust environment. We've got to rise from that, and that's not an easy thing, and it's an easy thing to undermine. So it's a real challenge for all of us to do that. So hopefully, when we have those further follow-up sessions, we can do that. look, a number of you also, particularly I think Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Day, you responded on the, the challenges of the last week. Look, again, not an easy process. The original proposition was to do a facilitated workshop, but there was a great deal of enthusiasm not to allow the media to fill the gap. And get stuck into starting allocating things that made life sort of put it on a bit of a faster track than maybe would have been a good idea. But I think we've got to, while it might have been bumpy, I think we've got to a place which is pretty good. And I'm just going to finish off by saying, again, Councillor Day, you loved that people kept focusing on the big issues for the city, and I think that is where we need to go. We need to focus on the big issues for the city, and we can get some awesome things done because we have some massive challenges, we have some massive opportunities, and I hope in 18 months' time we can all say, actually, we've done a damn good job, and our city is much, much the better for it, and they're proud of us. Thank you all.
Kia ora. Let's vote. Would you like to do them separately? Okay. So, sorry, I should say. So we're doing recommendation 1 first, which is that we receive the final report and we recommend it to council. So we'll open voting. So please vote accordingly. It's a thumb up. It is carried. It's unanimous. And then number 2 is about the further advice on the implementation of the report's recommendations. Open. And that is carried. Okay, do you know what? I'm going to recommend that we just have a quick 5-minute stretch and we will come back at midday. There is lunch provided. I got it right today. I said item 2.2, which is the alcohol fees bylaw, and I'd like to invite Councillor Fitzsimons to introduce the report.
Thank you very much. And I want to just start by acknowledging the work of officers, particularly our head of vices, Jim Lewis, and also the industry who sat down with them and really worked constructively to come up with a way to kind of balance the need for vibrancy but also a sensible fees regime. And this came about really because councillors asked them to just go back and have a little bit of a look at it again. So I don't really anticipate going through this in any much great detail. I want to, there's a couple of amendments that I'll just bring forward to the recommendations. One is around the work that Councillor Paul has been doing with her city safety portfolio, and I think she's going to second this and we'll speak to that, but basically making sure that this council is taking every step we can to reduce harm under our alcohol management strategy, because we know that alcohol is the most commonly used drug to facilitate sexual violence, and so really this is about saying what can the council do in this space, can we do more, and getting some report back on that. Now there were suggestions from industry that another way of looking at the fees charging regime was to consider fees on pre-application fees and fees where there's requests for additional information, and looking at the late waiver application fee. Now that, can you carry on? Is that the end of the... Oh, that's the end of it. It's not possible to include these as concrete changes suggested at this stage because of timeframes and issues with COVID, but we have had a lot of indications from industry that they are supportive of these. So the amendment is that we will include these into the paper. And I wasn't going to go into the details of this, but you'll see from the paper that basically the suggestion is that we really adopt the weighting based on the categories outlined in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, and you can see them there. They're based on a number of factors relating to the type of premises, the hours that it's open, the number of enforcements against them, and then a weighting is determined based on that. And really what we're moving to is a charging regime based on those risk factors. So yeah, I'm hoping that there'll be broad support for this, and Councillor Paul has agreed to second it.
Would you like to speak to it?
Sure, yes. Thanks, Jim, Head of Vices, again, for your great work this week, and to everyone else involved in doing this stuff. I'm a big fan. I think, yes, let's increase the fees for people who are naughty when it comes to their patrons. And we all know who they are, but I won't say it. But I know, and I don't go there, and neither do my friends. Anyway, I just really wanted to thank Councillor Fitzsimons for all of her work in this area, and really just acknowledge, and thank you for acknowledging Sophia and Ella. Those, two wahine just, pretty much individually have really sparked this citywide conversation on city safety. And everyone says it was Nicola Willis. Nah, it was these two young wahine who, actually just said, well, what does this issue really look like on the ground? They didn't, make this big academic survey or anything. They made it really accessible, this really simple survey that actually really closely translates to what I hear from my friends and what I see when I'm out in town and my own experiences as well. So I really want to thank them for this work and just saying, we've had enough. And I think we've heard that loud and clear over the last few weeks, that young women, young people, young gender minorities, all of these communities have had enough of feeling unsafe in our central city and in our city generally. So even though this is about alcohol fees and bylaw, we can't forget that connection there between, Courtney Place, to be honest, is seeming like a area where you just go to drink, and that's never a good thing for a city, that you just have this one purpose, this kind of singular purpose space. Courtney Place can be really amazing, and we can be a real 21st century city, and I think we're starting to see that. I know that one of the liquor stores has closed by the Opera House, and this will now be a social services hub. People raised concerns about the high number of emergency housing tenants in the area. Well, now they'll have more access to those social services. We know that our Autumn Youth Hub will be opening down the other end of Courtney. So it's about reclaiming these spaces that used to be all about drinking and making it more about public good and having those options available to everybody, and particularly the young people who aren't even old enough to go into bars and restaurants and are on the street and are really unsafe. My amendment, I really want to thank Moana for all of her work in really championing this whole city safety beast. It's a massive beast, and as you heard from the solutions that Sophia and Ella proposed, there are so many ways to go at it, and even camera-based, as being one of those tools in the toolkit, and I think we need to utilise all of those different tools. This report back that we are requesting will highlight all of the different ways that we can tackle this beast and make sure that we are taking that collaborative approach to work with hospitality, to work with central government and local MPs, to work with young people and all of the people that are relevant in this conversation to really address this issue. So I'm looking forward to working on that over the next few months. I wonder what committee that will come back to, because I guess it could go across all the different committees. But I guess most of all what I'd like to see out of that is a vision for Courtney Place, and I'd like to think about how we can really upgrade that spaces in the way that Ella and Sophia highlighted. I want to think about the way we can look at accreditation and hospitality and make sure that that people are safe in these venues, and I know that the hospitality industry are working on their patron code of conduct, but it's also really important that their staff are able to identify and respond to instances of sexual harm, because, like Ella was saying, when something had happened to her, she got kicked out, and that's not good enough. Imagine if that was your daughter or your niece or your granddaughter that had just been assaulted and kicked out of a bar. That's horrible. And so I think we need to take a hard look there at those staff. And there's high turnover in the industry, but I think it's worth every cent of investment, because that is where young people and all people need to feel safe within those bars, because we know on the street it's also unsafe. So yeah, lots to look forward to, and I'm looking forward to when that report comes back, because we can have a really detailed conversation about city safety, because I know everyone has perspectives that they would like to bring into this conversation, and it's not just young people and it's not just women that are impacted by not feeling safe in the city. So we all need to do that, and and hopefully that this paper, going back to the subject, is has a really big impact on some of those venues, and saying to them, hey, actually the way you're running your business is not good enough. You're all about profit, but you need to be about the people. So good stuff.
Kia ora, Councillor Young.
Thank you. So let me just think. I would have to say, first of all, that walking through Courtney Place is not a choice for me. It's not a destination, it's how I get home. Because I live in Mount Victoria, and I walk home there quite late at night, often several times a week, because I have the arts portfolio pro tem. And so Michael Fowler Centre to Mount Victoria is straight through Courtney Place. And in fact, now my siblings and my children have told me I should not walk at home, I should be taking taxis, because they don't think I'm safe. So I'm just saying, as a city councillor who is not under 25, that I still find it. No, not even if I had a leap year birthday, I suspect. I think it is. We have to do something about it. But I also have pretty clearly aired views on amendments, and in fact, interestingly, the Winder report that we've just accepted does cover our culture of last-minute amendments. I won't be supporting the amendment. But also, I am concerned about the way we just keep dumping work on the policy team. And I gather that during the CBD car-free 2035 amendment, some of them are up till 2:30 in the morning. So I just think that until and you may have done this, but I think until we know whether the policy team have the capacity, it's not fair to just keep dumping stuff on them, because we talk about work-life balance and we talk about treating people properly, but we can't do this to them. So I won't be supporting the amendment, even though in principle I do support it, but it's just like I can't. So there we are. But I do think that Courtney Place is something we really have to pay attention to, and I mean Courtney Place through to the Michael Fowler Centre, and that's got me covered.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just briefly wanted to tautoko Councillor Paul's advocacy on this issue and Councillor Fitzsimons as well. I think it's incredibly important that we are absolutely looking at every single step. Each time an alcohol policy or a bylaw has come across this council table, both councillors have been incredibly vocal and needing to see action in this space. I know that on several campaigns that have joined Councillor Paul and Councillor Fitzsimons on in the past, I think, what was it, Don't Guess the Yes, like maybe 4 years ago, and we were hanging out with councillors and listening to Wellington Police talk about how we were going to change things in Courtney Place and how we're putting in all these new steps, and a lot of those steps have been implemented, but as we see with Ella and Sophia coming to our council table today, that's not enough and we can always do better. I also wanted to acknowledge the comments about people living in emergency housing, as that falls under the homelessness portfolio, and we actually count people staying in emergency homes as homeless people because they do not have a permanent place of residence, and there is no other wonderful land where the grass is greener and there's rainbows and candy floss where we can house these people. We just need to house these people, and there will always be a need for people relying on emergency housing on short stay, but the situation that we're in at the moment is that what was meant to be a 14-day stay for most people staying in these homes, they're staying there for months and months on end because we don't have enough houses in the market for people to go to, and we don't have enough central government support for our organisations bringing people into transitionary and long-term housing. I'd like to recognise the report writers and Jim and Jeff and the team of Jenny Rains and Community Services and Claire and Barbara, I know as well, for your mahi in the social contract space. Councillor Paul is right, there's a fantastic opportunity coming up ahead, and I'm really excited about having a drop-in centre for information where residents, people that are most vulnerable to harm, people that are sleeping rough, and people that are business owners could all go into the same community centre and place. I was having a chat with an officer last week, and she said Lambton Quay in the Central Business District is quite a unique place because it is one of the only most vulnerable communities without a community centre, if we think about our suburbs, and we're really in dire need of that. So I'm really excited about this work, and I'd just like to once again thank Councillor Paul and Councillor Fitzsimons for the advocacy on this issue. It's really needed.
Kia ora. And so I'm just going to briefly speak and just thank the staff. Thank you, Jim, for this, for your mahi on this. It's a sensible proposal, and also thank you for working with the community and some business owners to work through some of the challenges that they face and trying to make sure that that we make it as smooth as possible. And thank you to Councillor Fitzsimons for also facilitating that process. I want to thank you, Councillor Paul, for the amendment. I think it's really important that we do take the opportunity to respond to something which is a serious concern. As a young person in the 90s, I had experiences that were mentioned through that, and I think it has been a problem through time, but I think what we're not saying now is that the problem is getting worse, and also we just need to address it. It's not okay, and we need to make sure people feel safe. I just want to highlight that we've already had a conversation. We haven't actually agreed to the new committee structure, but we've already had someone highlight that they're going to be interested as to which committee it comes back to. I just want to put it on the record that I think this is going to be challenging. So let's just make sure that we continue to be constructive and think about how to do that. But we need to think about what we're setting ourselves up for. There's more people. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Just very briefly, look, I'd just like to thank Councillors Fitzsimons and Paul for their leadership. It was actually Councillor Fitzsimons who first brought this issue up. And look, all I just want to make the point is, we do have a rape culture, which is why this young woman was kicked out of a bar, even though she was the victim. But I just a plea that we do look at violence as a whole, because not everyone is safe in a taxi either, or at home, which can be one of the most dangerous places for victims to be. And so that we just make sure that we have a look at that as a whole. But I think this is amazing to hear from young people about how they continue, in spite of us older people who did our work in the 90s to try and make things better, that it continues. And I guess I would also say maybe that sometimes the reason we get increased numbers is because we're seeing increased reporting, which is fantastic, that people are showing enormous courage in coming forward. And then I definitely think that I'm possibly not so interested so much in designing for safety, but designing for inclusion and equality. Because when people have when it is acknowledged that people have a right to be in a space, you will not get the controlling kind of behaviour, which is about saying you don't belong there. So I think there will be a number of places where we can pursue this work, and I'm sure that we will do it in a collaborative fashion.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And yes, look, I'm very happy for this to go for consultation and also for Clause 8 for additional information to be sought, taking the opportunity, and I don't think this is too much extra work. I appreciate the sentiment of Clause 7, but like Councillor Young, I don't think we should be putting this in as part of this. This is a resolution here to go out for consultation on our alcohol bylaw. I think city safety is a much bigger, wider issue. It cuts across a number of different areas, and it needs a holistic and comprehensive approach. So it's not just about alcohol and bars. It's about the it's about the placemaking that we have, and I think the public participants we had sort of really got it. Got to the crux of the issue about how do you plan these spaces. Is there enough open space? Yeah, no, it's not. So, anyway, I'll just carry on. You can sort that out later on. And it needs to be a more comprehensive approach. So, and I almost think that this is it is something that we need to work across the various areas, because, as I said, it's about placemaking. It's about some of the rules that we have around our businesses. It's about having the space for people. And it's also, and let's be quite clear that this problem was there, but it's certainly got a lot worse in the last 12 months since we've had all the emergency housing dumped into the area. We've had emergency housing dumped into there. We've had emergency housing dumped into not far from Midland Park, where we also have some other issues. And as I said before, I've seen the graph, and I think the mayor's got it. But in terms of emergency housing, significantly increased for Wellington City, but not in the other areas of the region. So I think we need to make sure that we're getting balance here. And the Ministry of Social Development, Kāinga Ora, DHBs need to be working with us as well, because we can't be the only solution in this and what stuff that we can control. So it's going to take, and I know there's been working parties, and thank you, Councillor Young and the Mayor. I know that they have been involved in these, but we really need to start doing something about it. And it may be that we need to put some money in our LTP. I know it's not something we've consulted on, but it may well be that we need, when we come to finalise our LTP, we may need to look at what can we do to these areas around Cuba Street, in particular Midland Park and Courtney Place, about how we can make them better for the people of Wellington. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, Mayor Foster, I think you have a question, and then you also want to.
Yeah, look, I was first of all just wanted to ask a question. So, the paper's about alcohol fees. 8's still about alcohol fees, but 7's something different. And I understand, Moana, you're happy with this, but alcohol management strategy is just a subset of the wider city safety things, isn't it? So my question to you is what is the best framework to get a report, information to council about the wide range of initiatives that are being taken between council and its partners?
So to Councillor Calvert's point, this is about more than just alcohol, but alcohol is also a part of this. There is a number of different work streams that have been going on that we're quite happy to come back and update you on, so this isn't going to be a lot of extra work for us. This is stuff we're already reporting on. It's just a matter of pulling it together, and at the same time we can give you a broader update on the broader city safety stuff, which, as you say, is about much more than alcohol.
So would it be helpful, because I'm supportive of doing this kind of thing, but in that wider context, to actually reframe the words so that you come back and talk about city safety overall, because there's a whole bunch of things which are there which are not just alcohol, they're urban
We can
design,
just
they're
take that
all
on
sorts
board
of
and report back. I don't think we need to change the words.
things. Okay, look, I'm fine with that if that's the case, yeah. Yep.
Would you like to speak to it? Or are you...
No, I just want to make sure we didn't narrow. Didn't want. It's okay. So look, so on that basis, I'm perfectly happy to support it. I just didn't want us to narrow it down too much, because what I was going to say, because this debate is, or both the questions and debate have gone much wider than, it's a debate actually, isn't it? Have gone much wider than purely alcohol fees and into alcohol management, but it is broader than that. And so I think it will be really good for council to get a good steer on all the things that are actually being done. Councillor O'Neill, you mentioned some of the things about people's spaces, and we've had things about the design of the public space as well. So I think if we can get that, what we're doing, what GW's doing, what we've got a social contract there, what police are doing, what the hospitality industry is doing, and what we are asking central government to do. So I think if we get that, I think that's very valuable. I'm perfectly happy to support it on that basis.
Great. Councillor Rush.
Thanks. I'll just say branch this into two parts. So I'm very pleased to see the new 8 there. So I had a conversation with Matt McLaughlin, who pointed out that actually a lot of the fees are incurred because people aren't filling out the form right. They're just not familiar, but people that have done this before and have put some energy into completing the form, do it once, do it right, actually save the city money. So I'm pleased to see 8 go in there. And I'd also like to acknowledge Matt and the hospitality sector for embracing the I guess the kaupapa that we're trying to adopt here, which is to make our city safer. So that's really refreshing, because we need those hospitality industry folks on side. But going to Sophia and Ella's survey, I mean, of the 2,500 odd people that were surveyed, I think 2,200 were female. 17% of them tell us that they've been raped. My God, in what world could that ever be acceptable? I mean, I've got nieces that are downtown. Sometimes their mother is downtown. This is just unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And we need to get on with doing something about it.
Kia ora. We've got some wide agreement here. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thank you, everybody, for that. And it does cause me to reflect that in 1997, when my first year at university and first year in Wellington, I went on a Reclaim the Night march and then joined the Feminist Action Group at the university. And we would have never thought to do a survey. We would never have thought to come to the City Council and demand better. So I really want to acknowledge that Ella and Sophie have taken brave and proactive steps to highlight this problem in a constructive way and have asked us to take action. Can you scroll up? And I just want to draw those councillors who are worried about this resolution, which is not an amendment, it is included in the paper, this resolution that as a priority, we are going to report back on other harm reduction initiatives under the alcohol management strategy. Now, I respect that people might want to vote against that, but I would have thought that it's one constructive step we can take to listen to what Ella and Sophie said to us and to try and force some more action on addressing this problem, which has been around for a long time. And I don't say that to minimise it. I say that to put it in a context of urgency. And I also just want to take the opportunity to comment on people who described emergency housing as being dumped in Wellington. I think that we should be very cautious about the language we use when we are talking about people in our community and in the nature of this conversation, because it doesn't sound like that kind of language is kind to those who find themselves in desperate need of a home. And I would say that kind of language is not the kind of language that challenges the government or all of us or those agencies to actually address the issues. The kind of approach is the city the new social contract for Wellington, which brings together all of the different agencies who are working on this and says we can do better in the future. And that is the approach that will lead to the change that our city needs to see, not an attempt at headline grabbing. And I guess I just want to finally finish by saying that we are going to need to include something in the long-term plan about the urban development of the area around Courtney Place, Te Aro Park. There's some money there, and I said this in my comments about the LTP. We are going to need a serious urban upgrade of that area because it is not designed for crime prevention. It is dingy and it is dated, and we need to do better. And I think that is something that will gain broad support, but it will also need to be early in the LTP because these matters are urgent and they need to be treated as such.
Kia ora. So we're going to vote on these. Do people want to take 7 and 8 separately? 7 separately? Let's just do, we'll do 1 to 6 and then we'll do 7 and 8 separately. It is actually faster than trying to negotiate everything else. So we'll do 1 to 6 first. Voting is open. Please vote accordingly. Thumbs up for Rebecca. Councillor Matthews, thank you. That's carried unanimously, and we'll do number 7. I think they did, yeah. Better vote. Distracting me. So that is carried. Division, you'd like a division? Cool, and then number 8. And that's carried as well. So thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. I think we might try to come back at 1. Is everyone okay with that? It's about 25 minutes. Cool, thank you. to item 2.3, and I'd like to invite Councillor Wolfe to introduce the report on the new lease for Squash New Zealand Incorporated under the Wellington Town Belt Act existing lease.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a lot of pleasure in moving this set of recommendations in relation to the saving of Club Kelburn. I'd like to pay tribute particularly to our sport and rec people in regards to Paul Andrews, who, when faced with the decisions and was really pragmatic and gave New Zealand squash quite some leeway to be able to put a plan together. And I think that we've heard from Dame Susan Devoy, who acknowledged that there was a good working relationship that had already been established with our council officers, and you'll see that from the tenure of the report. I'd just like to acknowledge a few other people. Obviously, Dame Susan was integral, but Gary Murdoch, a local member of our community who essentially said that he was the Club Kelburn activist that brought to the fore the fact that Squash New Zealand had let squash down and let Wellington down, and he was right out there advocating and making sure that the opportunity was there, still remained. John Saker was another. I'd also like to pay tribute to the community, the squash community, not just in Wellington but further afield. There were people that came down to help save squash from the Club Kelburn and to put in some hard yards from as far away as Auckland. There have also been some people who have donated commercial benefits, and I think in the plan that Squash New Zealand have for Club Kelburn is actually really, really exciting. Also, I think that, you know, having the commitment of the 300k to do the roof first up, and with what the fundraising involves, Squash New Zealand, it is they have the reality. They do know what a tough ask it has been, and what they're in for in the future. And I'd just like to emphasise some of the points that Dame Susan made about sustainability of sports organisations on town belt land. It's not easy, but I would say if we can continue on with a pragmatic approach where clubs can do a little bit of extra on the town belt land without there being any problem effects, it's a win-win situation, and particularly as you heard today that Club Kelburn or Squash New Zealand aren't that facility does not depend on alcohol or Class 4 gambling, and I think that, you know, that's to something that's really good too, sets a very fine example. And I think that on the other side, we have to look into ways of being able to help out those types of clubs remain sustainable. And in that respect, I know that His Worship the Mayor and myself, we've both had a chat with Minister Robertson, who was the architect of the Town Belt Act, and he came to some agreement with us that you know, there should be the ability, so long as there's no problem effect on the town belt, for clubs to be able to do a little bit better and be a little innovative. So finally, I mentioned the other day that we had Peter Clinton here, and it was Peter's first. You here, Peter? I think you've done very well. This is probably your first lease, and I know that Dame Susan and the team at Club Kelburn enjoyed their dealings with you, and I think that I've always known you to be fair and reasonable, and that's what you've proven to be on this occasion as well. So we have security of tenure for a really good amenity in Wellington, and I have no hesitation in endorsing the recommendations.
Keep it brief. Who is seconding this? Councillor O'Neill, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf, for introducing the paper. I just quickly wanted to go through a couple of the details in the paper and to acknowledge some of the hard work that's got into us because it's been a really long journey. Firstly, I'd like to start by thanking council staff for their incredibly hard work, Peter and the PSR team, and many people that have held relationships with the board and the management over the years. When meeting officers to talk about this paper in previous weeks, the number one thing that they wanted emphasised was to thank the volunteers and the amount of hard work it is to get the lease to a place, and it's a really awesome solution out the other end. If you're faced with a building that hasn't been renewed in a number of years, filled with asbestos on the town belt, and then also trying to sustain a sports club, it's a pretty difficult spot, and to get here is a great solution. Within the paper, we're seeking special provisions to include maintenance and renewal. I also know that in discussions, Wellington City Council officers have sought with the new board management of the squash club that some of that money will be reinvested into getting a broader membership group coming through the doors. So there's another opportunity, which is something I know Councillor Foon and I have asked about with other leases on our town belt, that our clubs are going a little bit more of the extra mile to get people who wouldn't normally have access to that sport, and that is something that something that has been discussed with the squash club as well. Lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge that we're richer for the town belt, that it enhances our public space, and it is a gift and an asset to the people who lease on that land. I think our Town Belt Management Act does a really good job of firming up and finding that good balance, and when I've chatted to Paul Andrews in the past, we've talked about the importance of green space, but that it also needs to be enjoyed, and what an awesome role that it plays in enabling recreation while also taking care of biodiversity.
Kia ora, would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Just and again, very briefly, because the comments made have been very good. Look, I thought this was a lost cause when Mr. Murdoch rang me. We couldn't find any sort of easy hooks, but just what an amazing community effort, and obviously with the leadership of Dame Susan as well. So this is great. This was part of my neighbourhood growing up, and this is a great little sports hub too. Of course, there's heaps and heaps of facilities around here. So as one of the councillors who did a lot of the work on the Town Belt policy, along with the Mayor Foster and oh my goodness, former other people. Oh my God, that's terrible. Look, I think we had quite a strong vision for this very important piece of land, but, obviously we want to make sure that people are sustainable, and I think that, physios I'm probably quite open to, gaming not so. So I think it was great that they came along and said, look, we're not taking money from these two sources, which are often ways of raising money for clubs. So I think I'm sure, like my colleagues, talk to officers, and that we'll try and just keep making sure that we can work with them just after such a great effort. And of course, it just raises issues for all sports clubs again, doesn't it? That it is hard to make the money sometimes, but it's a critical part of being in a community. And what a great legacy to give. And the officers have been fantastic. So thank you too.
Anyone else like to speak? Mayor Foster.
Just very quickly, because I think everything that's been said has been brilliant. Thanks, Simon, for what was a great introduction. I just thought it was great being up there on Friday night with Councillor Wolf to basically have a group of people who are actually celebrating that they know that they can make this work. Because back in September, actually back in July last year, it's going to close by September. That's the end of the story. And I think that the squash community and the other supporters, their gym community, have come together, and they've made I think they can really be very, very proud of what they've done. And I just wanted to also say thanks. I know Paul's not here, but just in conversations at the time with both Dame Susan, but also with Paul Andrews, that we said we give them time, and we gave them space and time to do this. And I think that's been really critical. I'm so glad that we did that. Because otherwise it was going to be game over. So I just want to thank Paul. I also want to thank Simon for his work in this. And just going finally to the comments around the restrictions, because that did come up, and it was a good, it was a brief conversation, but I think Minister Robertson, who of course sponsored the legislation, was clearly quite keen on saying, look, what can we do to be just a little bit more helpful? And I looked at what the Town Belt Act says, and it says that we can't authorise business activities unless the activity is temporary, and that was a bit of a problem for some of these. And the effect of the activity on the town belt and public would be no more than minor. So the one I always pick on there is the physio that used to be there, which I sadly have to go to quite regularly for one football injury or another. But absolutely zero adverse effect on the town belt. And yet, because it's a long-term commercial proposition, not allowed to have it there. But its existence there also supports the viability of the building as a whole. So those are the kind of things that I just think, there's obviously some willingness to do a little bit of thinking about whether that's particularly smart. And it's not just for this building, but it's also, the likes of the Renouf Centre has had difficulty, for example. There's been some things that, that the north stand of the Renouf Centre is sort of not used as well as it could be because of the restrictions that are there. So it's not about allowing anybody to do things and to expand building footprints, because that's obviously not something we want to see, but it is about how do you use those spaces on this precious land and use them as well as you possibly can. So I think there's a willingness to work together there to try and find something that actually works for everybody. But yeah, just to finish off and say, just really well done to the community, and thanks to the staff for helping make this happen.
Getting quite a speaking list here, Councillor Rush.
Thank you. Maybe this is for officer advice, because I'm looking at the Wellington Town Belt Act, and Your Worship, you didn't quite get it right. The prohibition is in respect to an activity being temporary, or the activity is consistent with the use of the Town Belt as a public recreation ground, da-da-da-da-da. So okay. Anyway, I'll do some creative, but anyway, I got a little bit giddy in the presence of Dame Susan Zaboy, who was a hero of mine when I grew up as a kid. So thrilled to see her and to support this.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
I just wanted to join with others in congratulating everybody involved. And just since this has turned into a bit of a discussion about the Town Belt Act, I think that one of the things that we need to think about is whether the current legal provisions are sufficient for arts and culture organisations, and what the council's position is on that, because there are so many arts groups and community organisations desperately looking for space, and there is potentially more and more of it available in existing premises on the Town Belt. And if we don't think that it is included, which I think is arguable, but I'll leave experts in the Town Belt Act to look at that, then we should consider asking government for an amendment, because it would make a huge difference to the arts sector.
Right of reply, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you all for the positive comments around the proposal. One of the things I just have to emphasise is community and volunteers. Dame Susan would be the first to say that it wasn't her sole work alone. A whole heap of people combined in behind and made this actually happen, and it just shows what grassroots can actually achieve in Wellington. If we didn't have our volunteers and our willing members of our community to get involved in things, lots of things around the city would fall apart. And this is just one example of how wonderful our community actually is, and they're getting a result that they deserve to get through genuine hard work and good faith as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote. That is carried. Now move on to item 2.4. I'd like to invite Councillor Condy to introduce a report of the review of the Wellington Consolidated Bylaw 2008 Part 7 Traffic Statement of Proposal Consultation. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to bring this work to you today. It's been an enormous amount of work that's been happening across teams in the council to implement the parking policy, which we've all agreed to, and also use this opportunity to sort out some enforcement challenges and other operational challenges that we've come up against in the last 5 years. So there's just been fantastic work, and you know, we've all seen how detailed the papers are. I want to acknowledge that this is the bylaw. The changes are coming about because of the parking policy, and that the parking policy is really came about because of our commitment to the sustainable transport hierarchy. And the sustainable transport hierarchy says that streets are for people. Primarily, our streets are for our pedestrians, and we would prioritise public transport and active transport, and that our public space, which is in our streets, is scarce in Wellington. Our streets are very narrow. And so the parking policy was really looking at how we prioritise that scarce and very precious on-street space so that we're delivering the best public benefit for everybody in the city. And so this is a step on that journey to implementing those aspirations that we have. I want to particularly talk about parking on footpaths because I think we've had quite a lot of public feedback about this one. And just to say that actually that parking on footpaths has been, you know, bubbling along for me basically since I took over this portfolio. The very first thing that happened, the very first media inquiry I got, the very first thing that happened in my role as the parking portfolio lead was a call from Tom Hunt asking about Imperial Terrace. And there had been somebody, I think, who lived on the street had made a complaint to our parking wardens and said, I can't use the footpath. Can you get some officers up here to have a look at it? And so our parking wardens went up there, and they'd usually ticketed, I think, upwards of 30 vehicles who weren't even complying with our current discretion, which was they hadn't left a metre of space. Now, I don't know who it was that made that complaint, but in my mind, the thing that I could most relate to was if that was a young mum with a pram. The struggles of trying to just get back to your house with a pram where the cars are parked so far on the footpath, you actually have to go out onto the road to walk with your young child. Now, obviously, the people who were parking in that street were mostly residents, and they have been parking on the footpath for a long time. And so they were pretty upset that they suddenly were getting a ticket out of nowhere when they'd been able to do that for a long time. They kind of felt like it was tacitly approved. So our council staff were great, and they waived all of those tickets to kind of say, look, we acknowledge that there's actually a more complex problem here that we're going to have to look into. And, you know, I asked staff to look into specifically Imperial Terrace at that point and how we could address that issue, but also more widely so that we could understand a bit more about what was going on with parking on footpaths. And since then, we've had even more kind of public feedback. We've had a lot of comments on Twitter. If you were there over the summer, I frequently get you know, photographs of cars parked on the footpath sent to me on my Twitter account. Because this is increasingly a frustration for people who are trying to use our public space and who want to walk and do the right thing. And then when I found out, when I said, well, what's going on with this? They said, well, there's this rule in place, there's a council decision that says if they leave a metre, then we don't ticket them. So this is making it sort of difficult to enforce, and it's a challenge. And we would go back to people on Twitter and say, oh, well, we have this discretion, we allow a metre, and people on Twitter would come back and say that doesn't really make a lot of sense. The law is quite clear. It says it's illegal to park on footpaths. Footpaths are for feet. And so I just want to give some great credit here to Helen Bolton, because she's the one who, in her work on the traffic bylaw, was able to track down the original council decision that set up that 1 metre rule. And bring it back. She took it to one of our lawyers in the regulatory space, and they've been doing some work looking at it. And it's because of that work that it's come back to us today for us to look at this, at revoking this exception, essentially. The very strong advice, so this is where it gets a bit complicated, the very strong advice from our officers is that we agree to revoke that rule today without going out to consultation on that revocation. Hattie, if you could just scroll up. But we've actually got a slight change, if we can find the red bits. There we go. Thank you. But obviously we'd had some conversations today about wanting to give our community a chance to consult and share their views with us, because we know, just like at Imperial Terrace, that if we were to enforce this rule strictly across Wellington, that would be extremely difficult. So what we've discussed is that officers' advice is that we should not consult on whether or not to revoke the rule. We should just do that today. But we can, and they would be grateful if we were to consult on how we would go about actually dealing with the result of that from an operational standpoint. And we've had some conversations, Councillor Sparrow, you asked about broken yellow lines. This is essentially sort of saying to our community, how do we manage this conflict where there's not actually enough space in some of these narrow streets for everybody? And so maybe that's broken yellow lines, maybe it's new residents parking zones. Councillor Rush, you spoke about the beach parking, which was a challenge, and I've heard a few times people talking about a beach bus. What are the things, the tools that we're going to have to manage this challenge? Because people have been engaging in SPAVA for a long time, and they kind of rely on being able to park on the footpath now. And as we change that, we have to be really aware of the fact it's going to be a challenge for people. So that's a very small change that has come in. Apologies, Councillor Young, for making a late amendment. Thank you. The other question that I have had on this, again, somebody came back to me on Twitter, and Alan Blake from Living Streets Aotearoa, who's always here visiting us in public participation, came back to me and said, why do we have any discretion? Just remove all discretion. The parking wardens should ticket every single car they find parked on the footpath. And so I went to staff and said, can we even do that? As you do. And the advice that I got back is that we can't actually. The legislative framework embeds some discretion for parking wardens, and I've got an email here that says, so Section 128E1A of the Land Transport Act 1998 provides parking wardens with discretion in the enforcement of stationary vehicle offences. So the wording in the Act is that they may enforce. So the Act has some discretion built into it. So, Alan, appreciate your question and suggestion, but there are limits there about what we can actually do. And this feedback that we get from the bylaw is going to help our operational staff figure out how we're going to actually enforce this and how those officers will use their discretion going forward. So while we are asking you to revoke the rule today, there will be consultation and it won't come into force, which is to say we won't change our operational practices until the traffic bylaw comes into force, once it's come back to us and we've had a chance to hear about that. So that one's a little bit complicated, and I appreciate your forbearance on that one getting through. And otherwise, as you know, there's a lot of really meaty stuff in this traffic bylaw of changes that we're making. A lot of stuff that's going to be helping our enforcement officers, which is, as you know, is something I'm always thinking about, the safety of our parking wardens when they're on the street. And to the extent that we can make their jobs clearer, they're much less likely to get into altercations with people. So I'm constantly trying to make sure we do that. And there's stuff that's in here that will help that as well as the implementation of the parking policy. I didn't actually arrange this earlier, but Deputy Mayor Free, would you like to second the paper? I'd love to. We do have a question. Would you like the question before you speak, or do you want to reserve your right? Okay.
Can I just ask a question of the timing at which the revocation, is the intention the revocation is immediate, and then there's a regime which is sort of, I'm not quite sure how the staff will actually manage it until the work is done on the new D. What's the intention there? I mean, I'm pretty relaxed either way, but yeah, I'm just interested in what the intent is.
We don't have Kevin here today right now to answer that question. I think I don't know, Claire, if you wanted to take a stab at that one, but I can give you the impression that I got from Kevin, which is that essentially until the consultation comes back from the bylaw, they're intending to operate with the same discretion that they've had. It's just that they no longer have to give that discretion. Does that make sense? So at the moment, the council rule says, it is very nuanced. At the moment, the council rule says that they have to give that discretion. They can continue to give that level of discretion operationally until the feedback has come back under the traffic bylaw, and we can then give updated operational guidance.
No, I asked that as I think we put the rule in place in the first place to try and give them clarity about the discretion that they might exercise. So.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free, did you want to speak?
Yeah, well, thank you, Jenny, for giving me the opportunity to second this. I well remember the Imperial Terrace discussion too, and we'd only just started the training when all of a sudden we had this little drama going on up in the eastern suburbs. But I think what it comes down to really is we need more clarity about how we are actually prioritising our spaces, because and people are going to have to adjust to that and deal with it. But I think we do need to defend the right of people to walk on a footpath. And we are hearing that, living streets continually remind us that, in fact, walking is the most fundamental form of transport, and everybody is a walker at some point, even if it's, unless they're, of course, not able to, which is the case for some. And it's even more important in the case of those people that they do have decent access on the footpaths. So there are, of course, there's more than just this issue in this bylaw. It's quite there's quite a bit in there. I'm also pleased to see that we're making some moves to make it easier for motorbikes to park. For some reason, this council in the past didn't have a particularly favourable view of motorbikes, but I think they do have a right to be. They are a mode of transport. They actually take up less space intrinsically, but we have made it quite hard for them to find places to park in Wellington. So anything that makes it a bit easier, I'm in favour of. Yep. We're going to get lots of feedback on this. We know about parking and street space, but that's all we can do is put it out there to the community now and see what we do get back.
Thank you, Councillor Pennant.
So obviously I'd like to thank the officers. This is an enormous amount of work, my goodness, so thank you very much. And so what I want to talk about is entitlement, because underneath all of this there's a lot of entitlement going on. The picture that was showed by our public submitter today of the vehicle parked on the footpath, so that even a child was finding it a little bit difficult to get through. I do feel that some people feel they have a right to park, and I'm not quite sure where that right is enshrined. And I think if we are serious about reforming our transport system, it is important that we take a strong line on this. So there's a number of points I just want to make. The shared spaces, look, I'm not going to move any amendments today, but I just want to indicate some concerns. Look, we've had lots of discussion around shared spaces, and I'm not entirely convinced about them for disabled people, for walkers, sharing space with cyclists. So I think we've still got some work to do there. The races that we're talking about, extreme entitlement. Yes, races, no. Sorry, it's an unfortunate connotation. The races, look, I've had where Councillor Fitzsimons in my ward, just on the boundary, to fire has exercised quite a lot of our time with people having complaints about people racing into fire grounds, which is not helpful. A few years ago, some races did kill a young woman, and just 2 minutes away from my house. It is not an acceptable form of recreation. While I obviously think that we should try and understand why people act in this way, I still don't think we should be condoning it. It's highly dangerous and entitled, as I say. I'm absolutely thrilled about recommendation 3. Only Mayor Foster will be able to tell us why it was allowed through in the first place. If I'd been there, I certainly wouldn't have voted for it. Look, again, just saying that I know we've got a difficult topography, but even then, people in wheelchairs, people pushing prams, pedestrians are not as important as car drivers. And I love that point about oversized cars. Thank you to the officers for saying that this might encourage people to think about getting maybe more modestly sized cars, because, like our parking spaces might not need to increase to accommodate them. And the e-scooters, it drives me nuts. They're parked badly all the time, particularly where I live. So, people need to be a little bit more considerate about that, and at least put them in places where someone's not going to bang into them. But very glad to see the rules around temporary road changes. That will be good, because we want to be able to do some more innovation, and obviously sometimes those have been very contentious, and it would be good if that was made a little bit easier. So look, I think there will be lots of feedback on this. I look forward to it, and then we can see what changes are needed, particularly around the shared spaces. I think, again, there's just more discussion to be had, and you've got that recommendation in, so we can have a further discussion. But thank you, an enormous amount of work.
Councillor Foon.
Yay. So thank you, Councillor Condi, and for our team, Helen, for your thorough work. And I've never met a group of people who are so passionate about parking. It's amazing. Or non-parking. But I mean, yeah, it wouldn't have been my first choice on council at all, but I can see, it's going to be one of the issues of our time. Yeah. Also, I'd like to shout out to our parking officers, and they do an amazing job, and it has been lovely to walk around with people who are actually thanking them for their work. And as a councillor, I thought, oh my gosh, that's something I will adopt as well, because they're on the front line, and we hear that they do get quite a hard time from the public sometimes. So actually this will support their work, because they won't have to get into the grey space or is it or isn't it? And I think that we've actually put them in a very hard place, having to be the decision makers on that. What I do want to talk about also is engine braking, and I'm really thankful that this has come up through this traffic bylaw to ask our public what is going on there, but and Councillor Fitzsimons will understand that in the Brooklyn community, people are really plagued by engine braking coming down the hill, and it has been very trying for them, the sound and the style and the different way that everybody use it. And I see here they continue to engine brake the entire length of the road just past the tennis centre, and it reverberates through Central Park and detracts significantly from an otherwise pleasant amenity that the park provides. And that's just one of the feedbacks we've had. So I'd be really keen to flush out more of that so we can understand the impact that is having on the community. And then just secondly, parking. Yes, I didn't know my Facebook page was so popular. I might post things about parking more often, because yeah, it's just been amazing to see the conversation that people have had about parking already. I don't know if I can use that as some feedback, but lots of people talking about PT, that we need to improve the cost, improve the service and cost of public transport, mode shift. Most people thought it was illegal already anyway. Residents in Newtown are really asking for that parking priority or parking plan that we had talked about, but mostly it was about that footpaths must be a priority for pedestrians. And the last person, a mother, said that, as you talked about this, Councillor Condi, that she is forced to walk around cars with her preschooler onto the road because of the cars that are parked there, and that is exactly what we don't want. And one more extreme person, who we probably all know, said allow each house to have one car and tax all subsequent cars. But anyway, hopefully that will come out in the consultation. Great. So, so if you ever want to pick up your traffic count, go for some parking conversation on your social media. Kia ora, thank you for the work.
Kia ora. Are there any other people who'd like to speak? No. Right of reply, Councillor Condi.
Thank you, everyone. I think the comments just acknowledge what a wide variety of issues this traffic bylaw covers. We've talked about shared paths, races, oversized cars, play streets, engine braking. There's a lot of stuff in here for us to get our teeth into, and for us to start having some good conversations with our community. So thank you for all your interest. Indeed, Councillor Pannant, I didn't expect to get quite so many emails about races as I did after Tom Hunt's story in the paper, so I'll be passing that email feedback on to the right places as well, because that's clearly something that's I know. That's so, I mean, it's clearly something that is, if it's happening on your street, it's a big issue, right? It's not happening on everybody's street, but if it's happening on your street, it's a real problem. So that's where we're going to be able to get a lot more information about that, so that's fantastic. Thank you all, and I just commend you to vote to take this out for consultation.
All right, let's vote. What do you want to take separately?
I was going to take 3 separately. I don't agree with it.
Okay, so we'll do everything except 3. just takes a minute to load it up when we change the process. Yeah. Thank you. This is thing except 3. That's probably not going to alter you. Thumbs up. You'd like a division? Sure. So we can go. That is carried, and now we'll take 3 on its own. That was a thumbs up from Councillor Matthews. Yeah. It's about the rule around footpath space. It's about accessibility. Anyway, we're not debating now because we've... Thank you. All right, so that was carried. Now we will go on to item 2.5. We're nearly there, traffic resolutions. Councillor Condi, can you introduce this report as well?
Kia ora anō. All right, so in our long-term plan, it was proposed that all of the space in the waterfront and the parking on the waterfront would come back to being managed in-house by council parking services, whereas at the moment we have an external contractor who's managing that parking. And these traffic resolutions are designed to allow for that transition to happen. One of the challenges on the waterfront is that there's been quite a bit of informal parking that has built up over the years. And, you know, Councillor Pannett, as you say, it's a shared space. And it's again around some of the design around those shared spaces that it is supposed to be pedestrian priority, but vehicles kind of feel like they can just park up nearby if they need to. So that's really one of the challenges here, and a lot of these traffic resolutions should help our enforcement officers start tackling some of that informal parking. That's meant the officers have had to work quite closely with a couple of businesses. So you know, Councillor Young was able to arrange for us to go and meet with the manager down at Mojo on the waterfront, which led to some really great conversations about the challenges that they're having with loading zones. So at the moment, they are engaging in informal parking, which wouldn't be permitted under these traffic resolutions, but they had a great conversation with their staff, and we're looking at developing, introducing a new loading zone near to them that will improve the safety and accessibility for them. Another business that staff have been working with is down at the Wharewaka, where they also have built up some informal parking that they need to be able to continue to manage their business, and staff are working on, again, working with them to come up with some permitting system to allow them to continue to access those spaces. But overall, the intent of all of these traffic resolutions is to prioritise the fact that this is a no stopping at all times area. The waterfront is a space for people. Cars can be there if they need to be for loading, unloading, and other those sorts of issues. But essentially, this is primarily a space for people. The one thing I wanted to, probably one of the more significant changes is the changes we're making at Barnett Street and Clyde Quay car parks. So Barnett Street is the one where the Harbourside Market happens on the weekends, and Clyde Quay is just a bit further around near Oriental Bay. Both of those at the moment are commuter parking, which means you can park there all day, and they're operated by a private provider. When those come into council operation, we're proposing that they will be P240, so that's 4 hours worth of parking. And there are a number of reasons why I think this is a good solution. We hear from our businesses that they rely on short stay parking and turnover to support our retailers and hospitality businesses. So, being able to move some commuter parking into short stay parking is going to be good for those businesses and retailers. It's also something we frequently hear from people who want to come into the city to shop and eat and enjoy themselves, that P120, 2 hours is just not quite long enough. If I want to stay for lunch and then go out shopping, or if I want to go to a movie and then go have a meal, that 4 hours gives people a bit more time to be able to do all of those activities. So I think introducing this P240 space in the middle of our city will be a great opportunity for us to see how it's taken up. kind of address some benefits to our businesses, address this request that we've been having from people who want to visit the city. And staff are going to be working really hard to make sure that anybody who's currently parking in those spaces as a commuter will be well informed before the change happens, so that they know that they're going to have to transition to find some other arrangements. There is commuter parking on Oriental Bay. We have P600 metered parking on Oriental Bay, so there is commuter parking available not too far away from those two spaces. But obviously the last thing we want is somebody to rock up on the first day of the change and think they're going to be able to park there for the day and have to go and scramble to find somewhere else. So there'll be lots of work happening to make sure that everyone's well aware of that change happening. The other thing I wanted to acknowledge is that there's some great mobility parking going in, Councillor Matthews. I always love it when one of these comes to me and they're like, we've got additional mobility parks, and I think, I'll make Councillor Matthews smile. So that's really great. It's great to see that, more accessibility coming into that waterfront, because again, it's such a fantastic public amenity and a public space. It's actually pretty flat and easy to get around, and what a great thing for people to be able to come in and use it as easily as possible. Now, again, we've had a couple of changes that are there in red, which I emailed you last night, but I'll just talk them through again. On the Clyde Quay car park and Clyde Quay Wharf, there are just a couple of changes that I'm proposing to make after we had these conversations with officers earlier in the week. I'll start with them. There are two mobility parks proposed on the Clyde Quay Wharf, which is right near those apartments. And when they went out for consultation, it was P120 metered mobility parking, but when it got to our parking services staff, they said, actually, we have to make sure that there's a meter nearby to a mobility park, because we can't expect them to go very far to get to a meter. And where those two parks are located is actually quite far away from the nearest meter. And if we wanted to meter those two parks, they would each need their own meter. And they kind of said, from an operational standard, we don't actually think that makes a lot of sense. And I thought to myself, well, if we could just introduce two P120 and they were unmetered free mobility parks, I would make Councillor Matthews smile even more. So that is the proposal, that instead of introducing 2 meters for just one for each park, which doesn't make a lot of sense, that these will just be P120 unmetered parks. We're also looking at the parking in Clyde Quay car park. There's one parking space there that is an e-charger park, so you can come and plug in your e-vehicle and get a charge. And the advice we had from staff is that they need to allow at least 4 hours for a vehicle to get a full charge. So the proposal that went out for consultation was that there would be one P240 park and the rest would be P120. And the parking services staff came to us and said, well, we can do that, but it could lead to a lot of confusion, and we're worried that that might not work out in terms of how people would have to pay their tickets and stuff. And again, we don't want our parking wardens to be coming along and issuing a ticket to someone where they're like, I didn't see the sign or I didn't understand what was going on. That's the kind of situation where, again, conflict can escalate. So we talked about it and we thought, actually, instead, let's change all of those parking spaces to P240 metered parking. That will match Barnett Street. And so we're just going to have a bit more P240, and it means we don't have that difference between the charging parking space and all the other parking spaces. And into the bargain, it means we get a P240 metered mobility park, again, so that we don't have any confusion. So there's actually then a mobility park on the waterfront that allows for a bit longer parking as well. So with those minor changes, I'll thank, again, the officers for all this work. This is, again, a cross-team effort. We've had parking services and the traffic engineers and all the team who work down at the waterfront working across this to bring it together. And it's a really, very detailed piece of work. They've been doing walkarounds and looking at each car park and each informal park and figuring out how they're going to manage it. So just to thank them for that. Again, I didn't arrange this, but Deputy Mayor Freed, would you like to second this paper as part of the transport? Or Councillor Foon can do it? Councillor Foon?
Yeah, I think Councillor Matthews. She's sitting in the sun there. Yes. Oh, I'm jealous. Okay, Councillor Matthews, would you like to speak? Oh, look at that sun.
I know. It's
amazing.
I'll try and get just very briefly to say thank you, Councillor Crusher Condi, for your advocacy for mobility parking and, sensible, kind of humane, compassionate practical solutions that you've been working through with officers. And yeah, we just love traffic resolutions. So happy to second.
Fantastic, thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Young, you would.
I'd just like to say very briefly, thank you to Jenny and the officers for going down to look at Queen Elizabeth Lane or whatever it is, Princess Margaret Lane or whatever.
Lady Elizabeth.
I think it's Lady Elizabeth.
And sorting it out with Mojo. I really appreciate the effort you put in to make everyone happy, so thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Oh, well, Councillor Matthews, it looks like we're swapping roles today. So I guess I was at a hui over the weekend and it was noted that Barnett Street would be an amazing site for temporary housing. So I'm just flagging that. Let it be said that I brought that one up today, and if the parking doesn't work out for any reason, that would be a good opportunity to do a trial of temporary housing in that space. Great, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, right of reply. Don't need one. Right, let's vote. That's all together. And that is carried. Right, kua mautu I tēnei hui, itu I te karakia mutunga. Unu hia, ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātea, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te atu. Koe ara e rongo, whakai ki runga, kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Have a lovely afternoon. Oh, and have a nice long weekend, everybody. Oh. And I think if those